Honesty, can you say honesty? Honesty, can you say honesty? Honesty, can you say honesty? Honesty, can you say honesty?
Hope you can hear me now. Good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan. I'm your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan, on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook, and YouTube. First, let me say thanks in advance for spending your afternoon with me and my illustrious panel. Kevin, if you can't hear me, the picture look grainy. If you can make it a little bit smaller, that'd be perfect. Yeah, everybody can hear me. All right, good. We have a whole heap of things to talk about today. Human rights attorney Isaac Buchanan will join us, and he'll continue with his presentation on fundamental rights and freedoms under the Jamaican Constitution. Now, I trust that all of you are paying careful attention and taking notes, as this lecture series could make the difference when your rights are violated by government actors. As usual, we will take calls after the presentation. And as a reminder, please be brief with your questions, as we are trying to get as many questions asked and answered during the show. A lot of you called me this week and asked about the foundation for the update. As most of you know, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation has been launched and the website is up and running. It is still under construction, but you can now make your donations using your bank or credit card or Zelle. Well, you could have used Zelle last week, but starting today, you can use your bank card, your credit card, or Zelle. The information will be posted shortly, so you can capture that. And as a reminder, the suggested donation is US $100 per person. However, whatever you can donate, more or less, will be greatly appreciated. There's the information on the screen. One Jamaica Legal, OJLDF.org, and it's Citibank. The account is there, the routing number, and the email. And that's for people who'd like to contact us or people who'd like to make a donation using Zelle. We're not using a phone number, we're using an email address for that. Somebody's asking, a lot of people asking about Andre. Let me just say that Andre is doing well. I think he's a little bit tired because he's been working extremely hard. He's been burning the candle at both ends, and so he's taking a well-deserved rest, and he'll be back shortly. But no need to worry. He's doing fine. Again, thanks for tuning in, and please continue to like up the thing, share widely and freely. And if you haven't, I'm going to ask you to subscribe now, because I think we have a little over 7,000 subscribers. But when you look at the numbers viewing the program, it's a lot more. So some of you out there, I don't know if you're trying to assess whether you should or shouldn't, but I'm hopeful that by now you have made that decision. So go ahead and subscribe. Technology issue. I have been assured by the ISP, the Internet Service Provider, that everything should be fine today. We shall see. Because, folks, here's what happened the last few days. We have a very powerful computer that we're using right now. We have a new monitor. The ISP, they came, they checked the line, they said everything is fine. The internet highway is free, there's no traffic on it, so everything is great. And we changed, or we added another streaming service. So everything should be working. So if there's a problem today, we know that it's a handiwork of man, deliberate handiwork of man. This is not an act of God, because blue skies outside. So the weather is not a factor. So if we have problems today, I know that it's not the computer, it's not the monitor, it's not the internet service, and it's not the streaming service. So, folks, there you have it. As I said, we shall see. Now, let's talk about some issues. I don't know if my buddies are here yet, my distinguished panel, but in the meantime, let me say we won't talk about Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith today, except to state that we have a dedicated section on the website containing all of the documents related to my lawsuit against her. And I strongly suggest, urge, cajole, implead her impressive team of lawyers to review the documents and develop a strategy to try and get her out of this conundrum, because it's just getting worse. Kevin, you have the pictures then? We can show the pictures then. I don't know if you have the... I just want to show the Jamaican taxpayers how their money was spent. If you don't have it, that's fine. But I just want them to see, because they won't believe this. All right, here we go. Just show the two pictures and then the video, please. Yeah. No, go up. Yeah. This is a playback right here. All right, while Kevin is looking at that. No, Don, we're not going to have no problem with the program today. No, sir. Charmaine, say good night, Mr. Rattigan. Charmaine, how are you there? Patricia, straight up. Oh, just say we want... Oh, all right. Folks, I want to take a look at that picture. You see that picture there? Oh, let me see it yet. All right. All right. While Kevin is bringing over the picture and the video, let me just say that, oh, what a tangled web we weave when we try to deceive. Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, I'm speaking to you personally now, from one Jamaican to another. I'm asking you to tender your resignation and avoid further embarrassment to yourself and the country we love so much. And if you won't, the Prime Minister, Andrew Michael Holness, I'm asking him to avoid any appearance of friendship, favor, or fear and demand your resignation. Last week, I mentioned about the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Her name is Ambassador Monteith, and she's I don't know if she's willfully obstructing the ATI, the access to information process, or her knowledge of ATI is deficient, but she's made some grave errors, and I'll show you those documents next week. We don't have time for that today, but I'll show you next week. And I'm hoping that she'll tune in and just see where she made her mistakes. I've pointed them out to her, but she continues to just, I don't know, to act wayward. So we'll deal with that. Now, I continue to mention the incompetence and the inability of the police commissioner, Anthony Anderson. His incompetence and his inability to fight crime in a meaningful, successful, and comprehensive manner. Let me speak to him now, again, as one Jamaican to another Jamaican. Mr. Police Commissioner, I still call for your resignation. But while you're pondering it, please pay careful attention to what I'm about to say to you. You see, next week, Monday, it will mark the start of the International Drug Enforcement Conference, IDEC for short, in Montego Bay. This is an international organization, and they meet all over the world, different times. And attending this conference will be representatives from approximately 120 countries. And their main purpose is to network and develop counter-drug strategies and operations against drug trafficking organizations. Remember the name, International Drug Enforcement. They're having a conference. And the whole purpose is to develop strategies and operations against drug trafficking organizations. Now, Mr. Police Commissioner, I hope you'll attend, and I hope you will obtain information to identify and arrest the individuals responsible for the huge cocaine load that was located at Ian Fleming Airport in Boscobel, St. Mary. So far, that investigation has resulted in 0 arrests, even though months ago we were told that arrests were imminent. And I think it was the largest cocaine. I wouldn't even call it a seizure. I'd call it a find, because it was just there in the open based on news reporting. And so far, nobody's been arrested. But now they have a conference in Jamaica starting Monday. And that conference is about strategizing and coming up with operations targeting drug organizations or drug trafficking organizations. Now, Mr. Police Commissioner, I'm still talking to you. You should use the conference as an opportunity to talk to your counterparts about successful successful intelligence-led policing. Still talking to you, Mr. Police Commissioner. Now, somebody said don't tell him anything. But here's the thing, Claudette. We want Jamaica to come out of this problem, right? And if we have information that we can help them, because part of policing, is having the community involved. Although this police commissioner, I don't think he understands that concept. But at the end of the day, we all want to see Jamaica benefit. We all want to see Jamaica grow. We want to see Jamaica prosper, right? And so if you have some ideas that you can forward, some ideas that you can present to help fight crime, I think we should. It's up to them if they want to listen or not listen. But I think if we can do something to help, we should help. Now, here's where I'm really asking the police commissioner to step up to the plate. The South African representative will arrive in Jamaica today. He's on his way right now. He's landing today. Who is this person? This man who's representing South Africa is none other than General Godfrey Lebia, a man described as the consummate professional. Here's more information about him. He's the head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, otherwise called DPCI, and they're the functional equivalent of the FBI. They're the South African FBI. And they're also known as the Hawks. People call them DPCI or the Hawks. Now, in addition to being a career policeman, this General Godfrey Lebia, worked his way up and through the ranks. He's a career policeman. He's also an advocate. He has a PhD in law. Now, Mr. Police Commissioner. Oh, somebody said he won't be wearing his commissioner's hat. I hope he does. Now, this man I'm telling him about, I know him personally. I spoke to him yesterday. Mr. Police Commissioner, I have paved the way for you to meet with General Labia and establish a bilateral agreement and exchange best practices to help Jamaica with intelligence-led policing to address issues with gangs, cash in transit heists, vis-a-vis beryllium, bank robberies, homicides, etc. This is the man you need to meet and greet. Now, I've spoken to him. I've paved the way for you. Noteworthy is that South Africa is successfully dealing with some of the same problems plaguing Jamaica. Some of the same problems plaguing Jamaica, they have them in South Africa. But the Hawks and the SAPS, the South African Police Service, they're doing a lot more than the JCF is doing to deal with these issues, especially when it comes to intelligence-led policing. Now, developed countries like the US, they can and continue to provide funding assistance, but they don't have the wealth of experience with some of these issues like a South Africa. They don't. They don't have cash in transit heists. They don't have bank robbers. The homicide rate in the US, just for comparison purposes, because they do it by country, right? It's about 50 per 100,000 in Jamaica. I think it's somewhere around there. It's high, one of the highest in the world. In the US, it's 9. 9 per 100,000 versus 50 or thereabouts per 100,000. So there are things that the US can help with, and there are things that they cannot help with. There are things that you need to look to countries experiencing the same problems you're experiencing, look at their best practices, establish a relationship with them. Make friends before you need friends. Big up everybody. I for mind no manners. Now, Mr. Police Commissioner, there are law enforcement professionals from other parts of the world that I would like to introduce you to. But let's see what you do with this first one. Let's see what you do with this introduction. And the situation has been made easier for you. You know why? Because General Labia, the head of the Hawks, Becky Tele, I hope I got the pronunciation correct. Becky Tele, he's the South African Minister of Police, another friend of mine. Andy Mashaile, one of the South African Interpol ambassadors to South Africa for the Turn Back Crime Program, another friend of mine. All of those people I just mentioned to you and others who suffered through apartheid are extremely grateful and fond of Jamaica for its stance against apartheid. Their feelings about Jamaica are further buttressed by the revolutionary messages of reggae music that inspired them during the struggle. Arguably, Bob, Bunny, Peter, Burning Spear, and Culture, they're more popular in South Africa than in Jamaica because of the revolutionary spirit and the inspiring messages in their songs that the South African embraced, the South African freedom fighters, they embraced during the struggle. So you have a situation that's ready-made for you, because these are people who would love to meet with you. These are people that have greased the skids with them for you. So all you have to do is just go in and say, Rattigan sent me. Just say, Will sent me. You won't need anything else. In fact, General Labia's, he has a sibling whose first name, believe it or not, is Reggae. Now, Mr. Police Commissioner, as a personal favor and a request from me, make sure that General Labia sees a live reggae performance. That's his request. He just wants to see a live reggae performance. And I trust that he will be afforded our world-class hospitality and food. I expect good things to come out of this engagement between General Labia and yourself or your representative. In fact, you shouldn't send anybody. You should go meet this man yourself. You continue to fail us miserably, Mr. Police Commissioner. But this is an open book exam. This is an open book exam. You cannot afford to fail. And always remember, always, that the diaspora is here to help. And you shun our assistance at your own peril. And at the peril of our fellow Jamaican brothers and sisters. So, folks, there it is. I've laid it out, spoke to the man, said, look, you go, seek this man out. I even told him, I said, I'm going to go on my program on Saturday and publicize it, because I know they're watching. And they're supposed to now just seek this man out. You don't even have to tell him I sent you. Because once you show up, he'll know. And the only thing I'm asking out of this is that just make sure that he gets to see a live reggae performance. But there's so much that you can do with this, man. There's so many things. He's looking forward to having a bilateral agreement with Jamaica so that they can share best practices and even second experienced people to Jamaica to help. And Jamaica can send people to South Africa to learn. And also to teach them, because they don't know everything. But they're doing a lot more than Jamaica is doing to address the crime problem. Plenty of people feel open book exam. So well, look, if you don't want to study this one, I have seen problem this, but the man is landing today. And I spoke with him yesterday. He and we exchanged text messages during the week, but I spoke with him yesterday and I said, General, listen, I need you to help Jamaica. I need you to help as much as you can. And he said, hey, Russell, big up yourself, virgin from Angola, originally from South Africa, but in Angola right now. Our pain and suffering is mutually destroying. That's so true. That's so true. Anthony Anderson don't have a clue. Well, Marva, his pride will allow him to deal with these, knowing you have input in the matter. But look, Marva, I'm just hoping that he'll look beyond me and look at the people in Jamaica dying for lack of vision, lack of experience, and lack of a whole bunch of other things. I'm just hoping that there's so many people I could introduce him to. There's so many people I could actually bring to Jamaica to help from the US and globally, elsewhere. So, if he doesn't wanna accept the help, then fine. But I think he's gonna do the right thing. I think he's probably gonna find a way to bump into General Labia. And again, can't miss him. His name is Godfrey Lebia, L-E-B-E-Y-A. L-E-B-E-Y-A. General Godfrey Lebia. All right. So I've done my piece on that. Please, people, don't forget to tune into Reggae Global Radio tonight at midnight until 2 a.m. and relax with who? Me, the Rebel. Tonight's featured artist is the Crown Prince of Reggae, Dennis Brown. And he will be featured as he's never been featured before. Enough said. Condolences to Ambassador Asamba on the sudden passing of her son and only child, Dominic. We continue to pray that the Almighty will guide and comfort her through this difficult period. Ambassador, we're with you. May the Almighty also continue to bless all of you, especially Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P, Desmond, Paul, Ma Jean, and Herb Nelson's wife, Mrs. Nelson. Big shout out to my family by blood, relations, choice, and nationality. And that is every single one of you, in and outside of Jamaica. On the African continent, Far East, Europe, South America, the Caribbean, North America, wherever. Bless up Patrick, Ransford, Cora, Zolita, Carolyn, you see in the house, Lisa, Dawn, Donovan, Lies from Canada, and encourage and inspire me. Bless up all of my family and friends in South Africa. Bless up all my former colleagues affiliated with the South African judiciary, law enforcement, and intelligence services. And big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rollington crew, and get this, the middle class, the working class, the poor class, the poverty class, and the considerate and fair-minded upper class. We're all yearning for a better Jamaica. Future presentations. Everton, yeah, them not forgive me any resources. Them not forgive me any resources, you know. But we're gonna pass that thing there right now, you know. We're gonna pass it. So, but them have some good people who can take over that job. Them have people like Chairman Rowan James, right? Chairman Rowan James, outstanding police officer. And if you disbelieve me, just talk to him. Talk to him. What he's forgotten since they suspended him, what he's forgotten about police work is far more than the police commissioner has in his head right now. What he's forgotten in 2 weeks, far more. And he hasn't forgotten anything. So you see where I'm going with this, right? Oh, Jacquan, yeah, me need some WD-40 for my chair, right? Sorry about that. All right, me sit still. All right, we will continue with the roster of interesting guests, and I will review the throne speeches, the sectorial presentations, the debate presentations, the 2016 and 2020 election speeches and promises, etc., etc., etc. And I will highlight the government's failures on numerous fronts. And by the way, please note that my messages are for everyone. It is for people who live in places like depicted like what's behind me. disgusted with what is going on in our country. Put some cooking oil on the chair. Anthony Grant. Yeah, them start again, right? So I don't want to give the impression that, yeah, Andrew, I hear what you said. But we have to try. I don't want to give the impression that the message is only for poor people. Because when you say poor people, you know, you have poverty-stricken people, which worse off than poor people. And then you have the middle class. You have the middle class, poor people, poverty-stricken people. But you also have the upper class. And some of them are friends of mine. And believe me when I tell you that they have Jamaica's interest at heart. But, you know, we just have to reach out to them, reach out to everyone, because we don't want anyone to feel left out. Anyone at all. And you know what? Don't forget the lower poor, of course. Let me just say something that this message now is for middle class, poor class, poverty-stricken people, the lower poor, Anthony, right? It's for all of these, all the people in those groups. There is so much apathy, meaning don't care. You know, you don't care about what the government do. You just accept it and say, well, you know, I just like we can't do anything about it. If that's your mindset, please, I'm asking you, think and do a course correction. Because there's one group of people, small in number, but they're able to direct the actions of government. I say government, any government in Jamaica. That group is PSOJ, the businessmen, the titans of industry. Each member of the PSOJ has the same amount of vote as anyone in the other classes I mentioned. And that number is 1. But somehow they managed to command the attention of the government. And I say government, not only this government, any government. So why is it that we can't organize and do what they're doing? We don't. You know why? Because we sit back and we allow these things to happen. There's a popular saying, we teach people how to treat us. And that's what we've done. We've expressed apathy, don't care, you know, hopelessness. And the politicians, they thrive off of that. They say, oh, you don't care? All right, fine, no problem. So it's time for us to start caring. It's time for us to start organizing as a community to let them know that we are the real power brokers, not the ones who can afford to finance campaigns. Because we together are stronger, more powerful, and have more votes than those folks. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them, because they're looking at the bottom line, profit, and to ensure that the business circumstances will allow them to do all the things that they want to do and live a nice life in Jamaica. So why can't we do the same thing? Yes, Neville Shackelford, Eddie. People want to know that man come from Waterhouse. He used to live right in front of me. And to this day, no Eddie from the 60s. I date myself. But yes, Eddie, thanks for showing up, my brother. Much appreciated. Tisa, you're right. Where there's no vision, the people perish. But we need to start organizing, because that's what the PSOJ, they organize around what? They organize around money and profit. We have to organize around what? Votes. We're not blaming them for doing what they're doing. They're looking at it's self-preservation, self-interest, and to some extent, they're self-absorbed. They're looking out for their best interest. So we have to look out for our best interests. And we have to organize around the power of our votes, because we don't have money. Right? So keep that in mind, folks. That's a topic that I'm going to keep hammering. Next week, I plan to do a constitutional presentation entitled, and listen to the title, Who is the Real Bro God? Sir, please stand and be recognized. That's the title of my my constitutional, my little contribution to the constitutional classes we're having here. That's my contribution to it. And again, the title is, Who is the Real Bro God? Question. Statement. Sir, please stand and be recognized. So what I will do is, I will recognize the real bro God for all of you. And I'm going to use the Constitution to prove to you who is the real bro God. And by the way, another man here. I know him. So if you think that the real bro God is a Clark's wearing man, no. So stay tuned for next week. You can't afford to miss it. Now, I don't know if Kevin's still with me. I think he is. Today's presentation, we'll have Isaac Buchanan, my brother. He'll come on, and our brother. He'll come on and he'll do the piece on the chapter. I think he's still in chapter 3 of the Constitution, fundamental rights and freedoms. But before we bring him on, and I may have to open the phone line, what I'd like to do is talk about the fertilizer thing from Morocco, right? And just let people understand what's really going on. As background, the people of the Western Sahara, and there's a group of people, I can't remember their tribal name now, but they have been embroiled. They have been involved in issues with Morocco regarding autonomy for decades. And the Jamaican government has supported their position, the right to autonomy, since I think it was 1976, decades ago. PNP, JLP-led governments supported the people of the Western Sahara in their fight for autonomy against Morocco. Kevin's still around. Yeah, I'm freezing. Yeah, I'm back now. Yeah, I'm back. Maxine, big up yourself. Big up yourself. Message Isaac, no response. All right. Well, what we'll do, we'll just open up the phone line. But anyway, and one of these days, there's Herb. Okay. So the people of I'll just go over the people of the Western Sahara, Jamaica's supported them since 1976 in their fight for autonomy against Morocco. In 2016, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. You know, we can't, I mean, this lady is just central in a lot of issues. Everywhere you turn, she's there. She's there, you know, you name it. She's there with she's with this, she's there with that. But anyway, she traveled to Morocco and she committed Jamaica's support for Morocco against the interest of the people we have supported for decades. If you don't believe me, just look in the Moroccan newspaper. It's there. 2016, she's in Morocco. They put out a statement saying Jamaica is supporting Morocco. Last year, March, Jamaica received a gift of 2.6 million pounds of high-grade fertilizer from Morocco. Now, keep in mind, leave it right, Mr. Kevin, that picture a little better. Keep in mind that Jamaica doesn't have the kind of diplomatic relations with Morocco that it has with countries on the continent like South Africa, Ghana, Nigeria. Right? Morocco is North Africa. You have to go around, going on Mediterranean. They're on. It's not on the Atlantic side. So 2016, we go there and we say, okay, we're going to support you. We're going to break tradition with previous governments and we're going to support you. And then we had COVID. Nothing's moving. And then COVID kind of eased up a little bit last year. And then what happened? A gift of 2.6 million pounds of high-grade fertilizer came to Jamaica. Now, family, make the connection as you wish. I mean, Stevie Wonder. Yeah, okay, we're back. We're back. We're back.
I didn't even realize you're off. You can't hear me? Are you frozen, Ratty?
Herb, you can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're frozen for a while.
Yeah, they're trying everything because here's the thing. We have a high-speed computer, brand new monitor, new streaming service, and hardwire the system to the computer. So we shouldn't have any of these problems, but
they jam in nevertheless. So they got Israelis.
Pegasus. Yeah, Pegasus is right. Yeah. So no, this fertilizer was supposed to be distributed to the farmers free of cost. And I have been asking questions regarding the amount of fertilizer actually received and distributed. And I have some findings. But Kevin, what you want to do? You want to put up the Moroccan document, or you want to put up the pictures with our good minister?
I don't know. You put the minister up. Your picture in the background might catch on fire.
Hold on. Let me see, because I see Kevin all over the place. Yeah, I see him right now. So yeah, Kevin, if you can put that picture there up. I don't see. Yeah, the first picture, the one in the suit. No, go down to your left. No. No, go to the pictures first for the minister. No. Pictures first. Take one off. You just had the pictures up. Yeah, you just. Yeah, see the picture. And yeah, that one. Yeah. And then we show. Yeah, bring. All right, folks. All right, Kevin. Thanks. And then we'll show the second one. After this. No, go back to the first one. All right. You want to leave the one there up? All right, yeah. Folks, now Jamaica spent 42 million Jamaican dollars supporting this lady's candidacy. That doesn't include the money that the private sector contributed to her campaign. She tried to distance herself and say, it's not my campaign, it's a Jamaican government campaign. And yet we have all kinds of interviews with her saying it's her campaign. So that won't fly. But she's standing here. I think the lady to her right. Yeah, because there's nobody. Yeah, the lady to her right. That lady, I think, is the former Jamaican ambassador to South Africa. Can't remember her name. And the other people, they're African diplomats that she was trying to woo. I believe this picture was taken in East Africa. I'm sure she's shocked now when she's looking at this picture. But this is what we spent 42 million Jamaican dollars to do. This kind of nonsense. When we have problems with our schools, we have problems with our health care, we have problems with infrastructure, we have problems with national security, we have problems with local government, we have problems on top of problems. We have problems with good governance, ethics. We have all kinds of problems. Some of the problems that could be addressed with some of the money that they spent on this lady. And keep in mind that that job that she was applying for, it wasn't going to benefit Jamaica in any way, shape, or form, because there's nothing she could do as a Commonwealth Secretary General to benefit Jamaica, because that would have been corruption. She could only give Jamaica what Jamaica was entitled to. Miss B, big up yourself. Thanks for the message. Water problem. Yes, indeed. Environmental problem. So that's what Jamaica spent the money to do. But there she is, right there, having a grand time, trying to influence votes. And that didn't happen. So we spent 40-something million Jamaican dollars. Taxpayers' money, by the way. Government doesn't have money. Government doesn't have money. Government is custodian for taxpayers' funds, and also money they get from tariffs, taxes, fees, loans, and grants from donor agencies and donor countries. Government by itself doesn't have any money. They're just custodian for funds, right? Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Janet. Anthony Grant, we want a refund. Okay. Look at her, so she should win. Yeah, I'm keeping the picture up there so people can just take a look at how confident she seemed there, right? No, Kevin, show the second picture for me there, please. How you want me to grab it? We have to show them things are quick before them start messing with the thing. All right, good. Look on a picture there. Look on that picture there. Right? That's how we spend the money. That is how we spend the money. Exactly, Annie Smith. 42 million Jamaican dollars for a photo op and travel. Right? Yeah, I see ISAT is here with us. Well, 42 million Jamaican dollars for that. Right? No, I have a video I want to show. I know some of you have seen it, but I suspect that most of you have never seen it. Just like I know for a fact that most of you have never seen this picture and the one that I just showed you. Yeah, tells what the hell is she doing? Some kind of ritual, and I'll explain that to you. But Kevin, if you could just throw up the video for me, please, if you can, if it's possible. If not, then we'll just move on to the fertilizer thing. ISAT is here. But let's just keep focusing on that picture there while Kevin going to try and bring up this video. You're going to find this video very, very interesting. But this is how we spend our money, Jamaica. This is not how this is how the government spends taxpayers' money. Right? And I'm not going to let this one go. People keep saying, why is it that you're after it?
Test. There you go.
What was that? Wait a sec. Herb, you were saying something? Kevin, no. Kevin. All right, Kevin is trying to bring up the video, and the video is this picture you're looking at. It was cropped out of that from that video, but it's here we go. Thank you, Kevin. All right, it played. This people
went
stay
out
with me.
A while ago, briefly.
Yeah, stay with me. This video.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Oh, we can't get this thing going, Kevin.
Are you folks hearing me out there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You hearing me, Ratty?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Okay, I see Jack one loud and clear. Can hear both. But I can't hear you, Ratty, for some reason. I said you can hear me?
I'm hearing you and I'm hearing Rattigan loud and clear.
No, you're muted.
I'm muted.
You must be muted, ISAT. I can't hear you.
No, I'm here. I don't know then. You hearing me, Rattigan?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. I'm hearing you loud and clear, man.
Yeah, I think the problem is on Herb's side.
Okay. Yeah, I must apologize for my lateness.
No, that's all right.
No, we have a massive power cut.
Oh.
And so
generator.
I'm telling you this, bragging about everything is down.
So where's the generator?
It's not the generator. The Starlink is the problem. Starlink is down and all this is just data.
But last week you were bragging, man. And
listen, I know is I want to tell you that you see you on your website, and every time you have up certain people, all of a sudden nothing works in Jamaica. So please stop calling our name, get off our name, so that we can get our plugs working back in our
No, we were
in
talking.
our homes.
No, earlier we were talking about the police commissioner, because I have a very important person who's going to be visiting. Well, actually, I think he just landed
He's
in.
here,
Yeah, and I said to him, listen, I've greased the skids. Go over, meet with the man, sit down with him, because this man, I spoke to the man already, and I said, listen, you have to help. And he says, fine, I'll meet with him. We'll talk about establishing a bilateral so that we can provide some assistance, and then, see if we can second people there. They can second people to South Africa. We can work this thing in tandem, and through cooperation, we can address the crime issues in both countries. So he's waiting for them, and he's going to be there for about 4 days, 3 or 4 days. So it's plenty of opportunity for them to. Please invite the opposition to meet with the South Africa. Byron, I don't know if they're going to be in attendance at that conference, because it's a drug enforcement conference, and it's primarily for law enforcement. I don't know if the political types are invited, but I mean, they're there. So we are on the attach, but that's so they're there. So what they should be able to do is to find their way to get to the conference. They're going to have a more. I think it's about 120 countries represented. But this is nothing that Jamaica cannot handle, because I've been to some of these conferences and I've seen the Jamaican reps there and rubbing shoulders and meeting and greeting people, except that Dorothy, big up yourself from St. Mary. Share and share freely with your friends, family, neighbors, everybody.
You ask Dorothy if she have light, because I just lost light completely.
Dorothy, do you have electricity? Yes? No? I'm waiting for her to. Boy, I start to get you have a good support base, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Everybody have big up ISAT and.
I have to say this, Mr. Rattigan, I never get the opportunity to tell you, but the Coda Network is watching the show. So please, viewers, be nice in the comments, because Mr. Rattigan is being assessed by the Coda Network. Big up to the Coda Network family. Rattigan show is a big show, and they're trying to engage his show for the Coda Network, the streaming platform, and I just putting that out there.
Yeah, the show is only as big as the guest. I'm just here as a traffic cop.
I know, but I telling the guests. That's why I telling big up the guests, because the guests have networks into the program to see the format and want to know what is the excitement.
Big up yourself. Big up yourself. I said John is here with us. Yeah. At least the picture is clearer, you know what I mean? Because we're using a different streaming platform, but we're still having freezing issues, So we were waiting on Kevin to show that video of our good minister being coronated as the tourism minister for that tribe. What's it, godmother of tourism for that tribe? I don't know. I don't know if she told him that Jamaica has a minister of tourism. I don't know if that was explained to them, but she was coronated as the minister, as the godmother for tourism. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. But all right, while Kevin,
I guess he's the godfather then.
Well, they never had a ceremony for him. So I guess they probably feel like the godmother is widowed, So
yeah.
They didn't have one for him. So that's where
crazy.
we are. Yeah. Kevin, since if we're waiting on that and it's not gonna come up, then if you can just throw me over to the documents, then that's fine. We'll give it a few more minutes, and if it doesn't come up, then we can just go to the documents. And then, but people, I'm telling you, you're gonna find this you're gonna find this video quite interesting, quite different. Aquapem Tourism Queen Godmother, something like that they call her. And by the way, just so you know, I at this ceremony, I had people at this ceremony who reported all the goings on to me at this ceremony. And everywhere she went in Africa, there were people calling me, giving me reports about what she was doing, who she was meeting with, and the state of affairs. So even if I didn't want to, close tabs were kept on her. So all of this, I mean, I could have told them that she wasn't going to get this job. I mean, I could have told them that, but they're not going to listen to me. So as my father and my mother would say, if you can't listen, then you have to feel. And the sting, that sting of embarrassment, I think it will live with her forever, because they went there. Oh, by the way, people, I am still asking the government to tell me who went on this trip, because there are people who went on this trip who shouldn't be on this trip. And they're passing. I asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. They said, go talk to the Parliament or go talk to the Minister of Information. So I went to the Office of the Cabinet, because I figured that the Cabinet would approve the travel. And what the Cabinet did, they said, okay, you need to go to the Ministry of the Office of the Prime Minister, because that's where that information is. Well, I don't know if it's a runaround, but look, I'm willing to run around if that's the case, because we're going to find out at the end of the day. We're going to find out who went on this trip to Kigali, because I'm hearing, and if it's true, I'm hearing about some people who went, and if it's true that they went, they had no business going, none. And so they're going to have to account to the Jamaican taxpayers as to why is it that money was improperly spent for a boondoggle. Because I could have told them that she wasn't going to win. I could have told them that based who went to Kigali. And in that vein, we're also tracking down the list of folks who went to Hungary, Budapest, for the athletics championship that was recently held there, because we heard that some people went there again who shouldn't have gone. And so we want to see the names, because we want to publicize it to the Jamaican public so that everybody can hold the government accountable for this wild spending spree that they're on. So that's where we are. Kevin, if it looks like we're not going to get to that, although it came up earlier, we can always play it, because we'll have a segment.
Well, can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. I have a quick question. Do you know the numbers of people? Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. Isaac, you doing well?
Great, greetings.
Excellent. Do you have an idea of the number of people that went? You don't know the names, but how many people actually went on either of these trips? It's frozen. Is it frozen for you, Isaac?
Yeah, I'm seeing that he is frozen.
Okay. And Herb's having issues by the looks of things.
All right, everybody's back.
Yes.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, and just so you know, that delay and that freezing, that's coming from my side. My side with I wish I could show you the computer I'm using. The computer I'm using is state of the art, right? And I wish you could see the monitor. And we have a new streaming system, and our internet line is the fastest speed available. And yet we're having all of this problem. And it's not raining here. Blue skies outside. So I kind of expected that. The one good thing about this is the picture. The picture is a sharper picture. Kevin, look, I'm having a problem. if you want, Kevin, we can just go to the documents for the fertilizer.
Did you hear my question, Will?
I beg your pardon?
Did you hear my question? Or did you freeze at the time? Didn't you hear me?
No, go ahead with the question, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if you had any idea of the number of people that went on these 2 trips, Hungary and to Kigali.
My understanding is that there was a huge delegation that went to Kigali because they went in a celebratory mood. They believed that they had the votes necessary for the minister to be elevated to the position of Secretary General. So they took everybody and their grandmother went for that. And that's why the bill is around somewhere between 42 and 44 million Jamaican dollars.
Yeah, but huge isn't the number.
I beg your pardon?
Huge is not a number.
Huge is not a number. You're right.
Mm.
Use the description of a number. All right. So a lot of people went. But you know what? We will find out because they're trying to say, well, that's information that's confidential that they can. And I said, no, wait a minute. No, I said, what's confidential? What's confidential is if I ask, who did they meet with and what was discussed? Now that's confidential. But the idea that you have government officials who traveled on a commercial flight, right? Traveled back and forth on a commercial flight. Everyone saw them. People at the conference saw them. People at the airport saw them. And then you're going to say it's confidential. That's nonsense. People and not only that, the taxpayers should know how their money is being spent, especially for travel, especially for something like this. They need to know. So when they start telling me, oh, well, that's in a confidential thing and blah, 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 it's nonsense. It's nonsense. And there's gonna be an awakening. We're gonna rile people up so that people start asking the questions that they should be asking. I was just telling them, John, that the middle class, the poor class, there's another class somebody informed me, it's called the poorer than poor. And then you have the poverty class, right? I said, look, every single member of those 4 classes, they have something in common with members of the PSOJ when it comes to elections. 1 vote each. 1. I said, what they've done is they've allowed a small group of people to dictate to the government the direction the country should go in. Meanwhile, the mass, they just sit there and they watch this happen and they don't organize, they don't do anything. And the government, they know this. And I said to them, listen, the PSOJ, and I have friends who are members of the PSOJ. The PSOJ, they organize around money. That's what they organize around, not votes, money, because it's a small group. I said, we need to organize around our votes. We don't have money. They have money, they don't have the votes. We have money, we have votes, we don't have the money. We need to organize, and then we can show the government where the real power is, and then go from there. All right, Kevin, you can move move this document over so I can just show people. Although I don't know if they use calculator or they did it on paper, but they really. All right, folks, here's what happened. I asked them, look, give me. All right, let's just run through this document here quickly. I asked them, give me the names of the people who received, the names of the farmers who received fertilizer, right? This is what they gave me. They gave it to me by parish. I didn't want it by parish. I want minute details about this gift that we received because we sold out people in the Western Sahara for this gift. And the gift is not for the government. The gift is for the farmers of Jamaica. So I said to them, let me see how many farmers benefited from this. So here's what they did. They gave me this, and as you can see, it's by parish and by some organizations. Look at this. I think one nursery, I don't know what the hell is this. This nursery got 25 bags or whatever. This number you see here, this number is incorrect. This number is incorrect. I added it up. It's incorrect. But forget about the number. Here's what I want you to focus on. Look at this. Orange River Research Station received assorted bags. contents of damaged bags were sent to Orange River Research Station. The weights were not ascertained. People, make the connection. The weights were not ascertained. This is not water we drop on the ground and it dissipates or gone in the earth. This is fertilizer that you can shovel up and put in a rebag it and issue it to the farmers. Look what it said. Spillage was removed by workers during cleaning up of the storage facility. And look at the number of bags damaged. 1,374. Somebody said to me, you know what, Marati? It's like the man them who use a forklift, them just use it and them just a juke the bag them. Just a juke the bag them. Right? Because that's how them can say, okay, we can move some bags because we said that the damage. Look at this. 1,374 bags were damaged. Now, the first thing is this. One of the first issues I noticed was that Morocco, in its official statement, said that they gave Jamaica 2.6 million pounds of fertilizer. Jamaica said that they received 2.6 million pounds of fertilizer. But then when they started doing the distribution, it said 2.4. I don't know where the 200,000 pounds went. Give me the hold on to response supporting docs. This is one. Oh wait. Oh, all right. Thanks, Kim. My mistake. All right. Here's another document I need you guys to look at. This come from RADA, right? Which is under the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Mining. All right. They give them 24,000 bags. This is RADA saying this. But if you add up 24,000, and it's each bag, I'll show you where each bag, the weight of each bag, right? Hold on a second. It says each bag weighs 110 pounds. It's here somewhere. I'll get to that later, right? But here it is, and here are the grades of the fertilizer, right? I asked them where was the fertilizer stored, and if there was security. They said, yeah, it was stored at this place, Agricultural Marketing Corporation Complex, and they gave out the fertilizer from May to July of last year. So there's no fertilizer remaining. As of July, the fertilizer came in March, and by July it was all gone. That's what they're saying, right? Now, take a look at this, folks. Distribution mechanism. It says priority will be given to groups and other farmers groups. Fertilizer will be distributed to registered farmers who are actively in production. Now, look at this. Individual farmers must, here you go, must sign to acknowledge receipt of the fertilizer. And then they talk about who else is eligible. Here it is. In order to be eligible, you must be an active farmer, and you must express commitment to attend training sessions, blah, 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 right? Now, here we go. The amount of fertilizer each farmer receives will be no more than 2 bags. Now, that's 220 pounds. You cannot get more than that. You can get less than that, but you cannot get more than that. Right? And then they talk about delivery within parish. And they said pre-selected farmers will be contacted to pick up the parish office. Now, keep in mind, they said you must sign. You must sign to get this thing, right? Here it is. In order to facilitate the collection of fertilizer, here it is. Farmers must write and sign a letter indicating the following. So it's not only sign. You have to write. It says right here. You must write and sign a letter. You must put the name of the group, your RADA number, your willingness to keep production record, right? And your willingness to grant all these agencies access to your property to make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing with the fertilizer, right? And they sign off on it. Now, Kevin, hit me up with the other document there. You must know that the Lord love you because you touch them with facts. Yes, Tyrone. And that's why I'm telling people that they need to pay attention to the Access to Information Act. because that's where you're gonna get information. All right, this is 6th of September. There's one before this, Kevin. There's one in June. Yeah, this is the last one. One, two, three. Yeah. Is that it? Or is it this one? No, that's the 6th September one. What's this one? What's this? This one. Oh, there you go. All right, good. Thank you, Kevin. All right. So I asked them and I said, hey, I sent them like 1,000,000 questions. Send me everything that I need to know about the fertilizer. And if you look at this is dated June 9th, right? I was asking for this stuff way before June 9th of this year. But anyway, these are the questions I asked, and these are the responses. All right. First one, I asked them about how did they get the gift, right? Because we want to find out about the Western Sahara. And they said they have no information regarding that. I guess I'd have to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade for that, or the Office of the Prime Minister, or the Cabinet for that. All right, fine. I'll accept that. I asked them, did you report to Morocco how you distribute the fertilizer in Jamaica? They said no, it was not a requirement for the gift, and we didn't tell them anything. Next one. Tell me about the importation and the receipt by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Agriculture. And here's what they said. The ministry was informed that on August 4th, right here, 2021, that it was supposed to come in October, right? Right here, October 2021, but it actually came February 6th. I'd said March earlier. It actually it landed February 6th, right? Then I asked them, when did they start to distribute the fertilizer? And here they said they started, so it came in February of last year, and they started the distribution in May. But here it said distribution. But if you notice, the other document they sent me, they said it started in May and ended in July of last year. Now, this one says it started in May of last year and ended in May of this year. So I don't know which one is correct. One of them, the one I showed earlier, said it was May to July of last year. This one said it was May of last year to May of this year. All right. I asked them about the amount of fertilizer that was distributed, and they tell me go look at the chart. Yeah.
Based on the different dates you're getting, it wasn't from the same source, was it?
This one is from, let me see. You're right. This one is from the Ministry of Agriculture. The other one was from RADA, which is part of the Ministry of Agriculture.
But RADA is the operating agency responsible for it. So RADA, RADA would be more appropriate to use that one.
So yeah, so RADA said it was from May to July. The ministry said it's from May to May, 1 year. All right. Now, let me see. Oh,
maybe they gave it to different sources that lasted till May of the next year.
Probably.
That's probably what they're counting.
Yeah, I asked them if it was stored at a government facility or at a private. They said it was right here. This one right here. They said it was the government owned. I asked them if there was security. They said they have a private security firm, and that because I'm trying to find out if anything was stolen. And they said it was secured with a lock, and all trucks were given an invoice, which was then verified upon arrival. Yeah, here's where I asked them about the theft. They said the ministry has no report of the theft of fertilizer. Right here. Then, okay, here's the one. I asked them right here. I asked them for the number, the name, and the location of farmers who received the fertilizer. And they're telling me that they're exempt. They don't have to give me that information. Well, they're not giving me that information. Right? And here I asked them about how much fertilizer is remaining. They come back and they said, as of May 12, 2023, no remaining fertilizer in the government control. Right? Now look at this. Here it is. The total weight of fertilizer distributed was 2.4 million pounds. Each bag weighs 110 pounds. They received 2.6 million pounds. This is 2.45. And they received 2.6 something. Right? All right. And I asked them if did they sell the fertilizer. They said nope. It was distributed freely, not for sale. Did not authorize the sale of fertilizer. I asked them if they did it on consignment. Nope. No fertilizer was delivered on consignment. Kevin, hit me up now with the September document, please. I hope you follow the train of thought and follow the information that they've been giving us, right? They've been telling us, RADA is telling us one thing, the ministry is telling us another thing regarding the dates of distribution. Also, they got 2.6, and now we see it's 2.4 they distributed, right? And we also found out that they sent some to a place called the Orange River Research Facility, which you're going to find out now a little bit more about this Orange River Research Facility. All right. All right. Here they said, we write to you regarding blah, blah, blah. Please find it. All right. Based on my calculation, 189,000 plus 189,687 pounds of fertilizer plus, should have said plus, missing. Here's what they said. RADA. They put the blame on RADA now. They didn't come out and say the ministry says. They said RADA informed that they're not aware of 189,687 pounds of fertilizer missing. Right? It's missing when you add and you subtract. And this is not the algorithm speech. This is not the algorithm speech. This is plain and simple arithmetic. You get 2.6 and you start subtracting 2.4, and what's left? Where is that? Then we went on to say, okay, where was it transported? And I started asking about the Orange River Research Center. Look at their response. RADA informed that the weight of the 151,000 pounds of fertilizer transported to the Orange River cannot be confirmed. You see that word right there? Cannot be confirmed. They said, look at what they said. They said right here, RADA said that 151,000 pounds of fertilizer were transported to the Orange River Research, but it cannot be confirmed. And then they said 1,674 bags burst during the offloading. So we know that they didn't burst in Morocco. They burst in Jamaica. 1,674 bags. You mean after you burst the first 4 or 10, realize, say, hey, there's a problem here. But they continue bursting. The bags kept bursting. I don't know if they're self-bursting bags. I don't know. But it's the weather. It's self-bursting bags. But look at what they said. Burst during the offloading from containers, storage in the warehouse, and during onboarding for delivery. Right? How it burst from storage in the warehouse? It's in the warehouse. It's there. So I don't understand that. So look what I said. The amount delivered to the Orange River Research Station was taken from the content spill inside and outside the warehouse. Right? Now, look at question 3. The reasons for sending the quantity of fertilizer to the Orange River Research Facility instead of sending it to qualified Jamaican farmers. Look at this response. And if you notice, they don't take responsibility for this. They push it off on RADA. Right? They're like, if you have any questions regarding this, go talk to RADA. They're not talking to RADA. even though that's their responsibility. They said, rather inform. Listen to this stupid response. It says, rather inform that when different grades of fertilizers are mixed without scientific instructions, the mixture is compromised and it would be a poor agronomic practice to issue unknown grades to farmers. So what they're saying is that when the bags burst, you know, the fertilizer got mixed up different grades, and it's their policy that you don't give it to farmers. You don't give them mix up fertilizer, right? If it's grade A, you want to give them grade A. You don't want to give them grade A mixed with grade B, right? But listen to this. Listen to the rest of it. It says, therefore, the fertilizer was sent to Orange River Research Station, which has a large collection of various fruit tree crops instead of being given to farmers. So now they're going to take the mixed fertilizer now and fertilize fruit trees, right? All right. So we're going to try and figure out what I'm going to do with the fruit trees and how many fruit trees. I asked him again, where is the whereabouts of the 151,000 fertilizer pounds after it was received by the Orange River Research Station? What to do with the fertilizer? I want to get it at the Orange River Research thing. Here's what they said. The RADA, before them call them RADA, I don't know why they write out the name right here now, but they said RADA made recommendations to the Orange River Research Station to apply fertilizer to fruit trees at a rate of 1 pound per tree per year, according to the age of the plant. So that is to say, if the plant is 5 years old, then 5 pounds would be applied yearly. People, come on now. Come on.
So, but Mr. Rattigan, you want them to tell you that they sold it to their friends? That's the answer you want?
But that's what they're telling me here.
Okay.
That's what they're telling me here. That's what they're telling me. Listen to this nonsense. RADA made a recommendation to take the mixed fertilizer and give it to Orange River Research Station so that they can fertilize fruit trees. Now, let's see how many fruit trees are the acreage that they're going to fertilize. Look at this. The station created a priority list of crops to be fertilized, a total of 140 acres. Look at that right here. 140 acres. A whole heap of land that for fertilizer fruit trees, with an average crop density of 190 plants per acre, with plants of varying ages were fertilized. No, okay. So you fertilize the plant. What do you do with the fruit? Because it would appear as if you're saying that there's something wrong with the fruit, that you cannot mix fertilizer and use it to fertilize crops. But you did it at the research center. So then the question, and you did it for 140 acres. So the question then is, what do you do with all the fruit? You feed goat with it, or you feed, and if you're worried about it being poisonous, why would you even feed animals with it? Why? Don't understand that. Look at this. Whether any individual farmer received more than 2 bags of fertilizer, they said, RADA informed that they're not aware of farmers receiving more than the allotted 2 bags of fertilizer. No, we have people who have said that they received 5 bags.
Them chat too much.
Well, okay. Now listen to that. The number of individual farmers who receive an allotment of more than 2 bags, them say it's not applicable because of 5. You can only get 2.
Right.
So we'll go to 7. Whether every farmer who received an allotment was registered with RADA, actively engaged in farming, and signed documentation evidencing their receipt of fertilizer. So we asked them, okay, every farmer who get fertilizer, did they follow the procedure? Did they sign for it? Did they get the training? Blah, blah, blah. Look at the response. Yes. Now look at this. Look at number 8. I'm asking them now, okay, if that is the case, give me the name and the location of the farmers who received any allotment, whether it's 1 bag, 2 bags, 5 pounds, whatever. Look what them say. The ministry does not possess any documents in this regard. Them just said that you need to sign up and get all of this stuff. And RADA reports to the ministry. So when the ministry says the ministry doesn't have it, they're saying RADA doesn't have it either. RADA is not an independent agency outside of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. It is within the ministry. And now them say them don't have it. Right? So, you know, I'm at a loss for words here because I think there's something fishy going on with this thing. There's something fishy because farmers, Oh, somebody said it could have had a very fruity crop.
Comments are always loud.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do? So I just want the people to know that this is just the beginning of the story, because this nonsense has been going on for years, not just with the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm talking about donations coming to Jamaica for the benefit of the Jamaican people, and we don't know how the distribution is done, because as I said earlier, when Morocco gave the fertilizer, there was no.
You're freezing, Ratty. Man, I've been having a hard time with my computer because it's been acting crazy. So I had to switch computers a while ago.
No, okay, we're back. Somebody said,
you froze for the last 25 seconds.
Yeah, I know. They're trying their best, but we're fighting. We're not stopping. Somebody said that there must nobody has ever challenged them this way or magnitude. We must warn them that going forward, we'll turn everything over to get to the truth. Keep them honest, Ratty. Good. Orange trees are almost extinct. I believe that you don't understand about farming. That's why you won't understand. Yeah, I don't understand about farming, but I understand simple arithmetic. And when people tell me that things went to a certain place, and then when I look, I see that it's not there. I understand that. I understand when 2.6 million pounds of fertilizer arrived on the shores of Jamaica, and then 2.4 million pounds get distributed. I understand that. You don't have to understand the chemical composition of fertilizer to understand that there is shenanigans going on here. So, Grand Sam, I would suggest that you take a look at these documents, you look at the questions I've asked, and maybe you can come up with some questions of your own that I simply didn't think about. But at the end of the day, what you and I should be talking about is, where is the fertilizer that came for the benefit of farmers? And what happened to all of those fruit? What happened? Did they give those fruit away? The 140 acres of fruit, that's a lot of fruits. I just want to know what happened to the fruits. Because if it's not good for farmers, then it shouldn't be good for the research facility. And if you tell me that, oh, we're sending it there to do research, well, I just showed you a document. The Moroccans, they gave you a list of the grade of fertilizer. And you don't need 200,000 pounds, 150,000 pounds, 100,000 pounds, 50,000 pounds, 5,000 pounds, maybe 50 pounds you need to do the research. You don't need all of that. And then what did you do with it? The research, what did you do with that when you say research? You use it to plant fruit trees. And you made no distinction between, grade A, grade B, grade C, because you said it's all mixed. So you fertilize fruit trees. So why couldn't you give farmers who are involved in produce or fruit production, why couldn't you give it to them? So we will get to this. This story is not going anywhere. And by the way, the Minister of the former Minister Pernell Charles Jr., be prepared to answer some questions, because this looks like a lawsuit to me. This looks like one to me. And the present minister, buckle up, because we're coming to you for answers. You weren't there when this took place, but it's your bailiwick now. And so you have the shop. So you need to start asking questions before we come back with more questions, because rest assured, we are coming back with questions. So folks, that's my presentation.
Ratty.
Yeah.
But even before you make that transition, because the response I'm saddened by that comment. You don't need to understand farming to understand accountability, and accountability is where we're trying to get to.
No, but from
1 + 1 = 2. If it's not adding up, it's a lack of accountability. And that's something that we just must all appreciate at all times. That's my comment.
I don't understand the criteria as well, Rick. The criteria, you get 2 bags of fertilizer. At some point, you said that the farmer, they must go through, show that they're going through training. Now, say I go to Thompson Town, and I can tell you, these farmers ain't going through no training. And it certainly ain't going to go anywhere to go and get 2 bags of fertilizer and get, and get involved in all kinds of training schemes. That doesn't make any sense to me. That you just go and get your 2 bags of fertilizer, sign your name, and leave.
Yeah, and you know what, people, if you're interested in what we're doing, and you should be, because it's not just fertilizer, it's accountability across the board.
That's it, yeah.
Here's the organization, ojldf.org. That stands for One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. If you want to make a contribution via Zelle, you have the account number, the routing number, and we do it through an email, not through a telephone number. Then you can also go to ojldf.org website, and there you'll be able to make your contributions through a bank card or a credit card. And that's why we're here, because we have to hold them accountable. Because don't think for one moment that this is the first time this is happening. This has happened. It's not the first time. We know that. But now we're going to hold them accountable. We're keeping, as I would say, an eagle eye. We're keeping an eagle eye on everything that's going in and going into Jamaica for the citizens of Jamaica, including loans. Because we haven't touched the COVID loan yet, the $750 million worth of COVID loan. But I'm putting the government on notice that we are going to start looking into that. And there are lots of things we're going to start looking into. So, Grand Sam, look, I care about you as a Jamaican. If you are, if you're not, I still care about you as a human. But what you need to understand, as Isaac just said, is that this is about accountability. It's not about farming methods, farming techniques, or understanding of fertilizer. And by the way, the US government should be interested in this, because fertilizer can be used to cause destruction. And we've seen evidence of that. So people should be very careful. This is something that we have to pay close attention to. So,
Ratty,
yes.
just a quick calculation. The difference between 2.4 and 2.6 is 200,000.
Yes.
And when you multiply, you say that's 200,000 bags.
No, 200,000 pounds.
200,000 pounds, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you divide that by 110.
Oh, I see. To come up with the number of bags.
To come up with the number of bags.
Right.
And that's like over 1,800 bags. Now, they said only 1,370 bags were damaged.
500 bags.
What kind of voodoo mat they're practicing down there, Isaac? I don't understand this. I'm at a loss here. That's just basic. I could give it to the 6th graders and they could work that out. And ask Mr. Prime Minister, there's a big difference here, right? There's no accountability, in fact.
But on behalf of the people here in Jamaica, you see, like gas at Petrojam, it can just leak out. Well, fertilizer can just seep out. So don't ask too much questions.
Yeah.
You're questioning my integrity. Move on.
I recall 8 million barrels leaked out under Dr. Wheatley, and then all of a sudden they say, oh, we made a mistake. It was really 500,000, over 500,000 barrels, not 8 million. And I'm saying, man, this country, Jamaica, the map that we got in the 60s when I went through school, and the map we're getting today, and I'm sure the map you got, Isaac, they're different.
It's not adding enough.
We call this in the US voodoo mat. President Reagan had the guy named David Stockman that called him out. He was the what was he again? The budget director for the White House.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And when they give this spill on the budget, David Stockman stopped and he was testifying in Congress, and he just said, "Look, this is voodoo mat. This is not going to work."
Let me just
trickle down. Everything trickle down.
Let me just make a
Right.
quick comment to P Breezy to explain to P Breezy that she's asking, or he's asking, what's the retail price per pound of the fertilizer? It was for free. There's no price. It's free. We sold out the autonomy of the people of the Western side. Believe that Jamaica sell out other people. Forget fertilizer, and the fertilizer is supposed to be for free. So P Breezy, there's the fertilizer came without cost. I mean, without cost to Jamaicans. When I say cost without Jamaican, you didn't have to buy it; it's free. So that's where we are with that. And then the comments go on and on and on about the 1 + 1 = 11 in Jamaica. I said, okay.
No, that's too high. That's too high. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for Jamaica that we're having a whole conversation about filth. Oh, my bad. Fertilizer. And the fact that the lack of accountability leaves it stinking. I think we must get to the bottom of it. So I'm looking forward to your additional questions to the well articulated and bright Mr. Charles, who will provide answers for you, although he wasn't there when the bags turned up missing. And Mr. Rattigan is frozen again.
Yeah.
But John, we're going to leave it to you to ask some of those farmers, whether or not they got 2 or 2.
Kevin, do me a favor. Mr. Everton Jarrett is back here, and we can't deal with the disruption. He's not adding anything to the conversation. Just move him for me, please. Let me get a chance. Just move Everton Jarrett. Just move him. Vivian, what is the fertilizer made of? How much does the fertilizer cost if stolen and sold illegally in Jamaica? Yeah, he's up. Yeah, keep going up. Keep going up. There he is. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Just ban him permanently. Yeah. So the fertilizer. Somebody said that you know what you can't really hold the government accountable because the maths teachers they're all gone. So there's nobody.
Yes, it depends on the algorithms. You gotta get the algorithmic man in here.
Yeah. Another thing that we're going to be working on pretty soon is the status of the new prison, because we've been hearing now for the last 2 years that the government is committing a whole bunch of money to building a state-of-the-art prison. And in fact, I will play next week. I will play a piece, utterances made by the Prime Minister, where he said they're going to build state-of-the-art, where they'll have a giant dead spot where you can't receive and you can't make calls. So even if you have a phone, an illegal cell phone in that prison, it will have no use to you because you won't be able to receive calls, you won't be able to make calls. And we don't know what happened to that, what happened to the money, we don't know what happened to the plans. My understanding is that if you're gonna put something out for tender, that should have been wrapped up within 6 months to a year. It's been way past that now, and we haven't heard anything. We do know and here we go again. Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, she was the spokesperson who turned down the gift, or not gift, but the prison from the
UK.
Yeah, she was the one. She was out front and center with that saying we don't want it, and it was such as I cannot believe that a distinguished lady like her with such impeccable credentials would be so short-sighted, because England said, listen, we're gonna take these prisoners here and we're gonna deport them so that they can finish their time out in your country. We said, no, we don't want them. You keep them there, your problem. And we can't afford this prisoner, blah, blah, blah. And what did Britain do? Them charter jets after that and send them home anyway, right? And so they come home now, you have nowhere to put them, nothing at all. You could have negotiated. And that's why I'm telling this police commissioner, Herb, I mentioned that what he has to do is General Libya is going to be in Montego Bay for the drug enforcement conference for about 3-4 days. He just arrived. And I've greased the skids. I've spoken to General Libya. I said, please speak to him. Here's what's going on in Jamaica. Help us. We need to establish a bilateral. we need you to send some of your people to Jamaica. Jamaica will send some of their people to South Africa so we can do the exchange and the study tour, and we can understand what's going on, and we can put our heads together, because we are suffering from similar problems, except that they're throwing more at it. So I don't know if what's going to happen if he's do it, but it's going to be interesting because he can't lie, because General Labia is like a brother to me. So I will ask General Labia if anybody from JCF or anybody met with him to discuss this issue, because I already talked to him and said, look, I'm going to say it on my program. So if they approach you, it's because I'm asking you to meet with them, and I'm going to say it to them. So if that doesn't happen, Jamaica, we know that they're not serious about this thing. Because when you talk about cash in transit heists, like the beryllium robberies, what do you call them? Armored car robberies. Yeah, you have to see how South Africa deal with that issue, because South Africa, the criminals in South Africa, I won't even show you the videos. I refuse to show you the videos of how they do it in South Africa, because I don't want to give the criminals in Jamaica any idea. Because if they start employing those tactics, people are going to die. People are going to die, I'm telling you, the way they do it in South Africa. So I won't even mention that. Not only that, back in 2017, 2018, I spoke to them about this very issue. And I said, look, I will bring these guys here for free. I don't want anything. I said, well, somebody said I shouldn't say for free. But anyway, that's what I said to them at the time. I'll bring these guys here. They'll show you how they're combating this issue. Or if you want to send people there, that's fine. They'll receive, because the police minister is a friend of mine. And this gentleman who's in charge of their version of the FBI, he's a friend of mine. And I said, they will do this. And they just said, no, we have everything under control. We don't need you. And you see what happened to Beryllium, despite their slick, glossy, fancy production the other day about what they're able to do technology-wise. And you see what happened, right? And you see what's happening with the banks and the co-ops. How people are just robbing them like it's going out, it's going out of style. Well, here's a chance to talk to these people who are fighting crime on a much higher level than Jamaica to learn. So if they don't want to do it, that's their people, that's their business. Anyway, folks, I'm going to step off of the soapbox now and turn everything over to Isaac. He's our featured presenter today, and he'll be continuing the lecture series on chapter 3 of the Jamaican Constitution, entitled Fundamental Rights and Freedoms. So, Isaac, my brother, welcome. The floor is yours, sir.
All right, thank you. So, the last time, not last week, the week before, we had finished the what I like to call the lettered rights. So, when we're talking about your rights, we went through liberty, freedom of expression, access to education, even your right to a passport, your right to vote, freedom of religion. We went through all of that. And we got to the very significant place, which I just want you to pause when I read it, put some contemplation to it. And this would be the 13.3.4. It says that this chapter applies to all law and binds the legislator, the executive, and all public authorities. So when the Constitution has not written, but has within it something that speaks about the doctrine of separation of powers. And so note that the judiciary is one branch, the legislator is one branch, and the executive. And it specifically says to you that the chapter applies to all the laws made in the land. It applies and it binds the legislator, those who make law, and it binds the executive and all public authorities. Now, here's the significance on this, and I want to spend some time on it. Any law that is made by a legislator that is offensive, repugnant, fertilizer to the Constitution is void as if it never existed. So you can't just make a law not in keeping with the Constitution. You can't treat the Constitution and its sections like ordinary legislation where you just amend it on the same day without something called mature consideration. You must treat the Constitution as if when a woman carries a baby for 9 months and carry it to term and delivers it and then have to nurture it and care for it. That's how you treat the Constitution, because it is the most powerful instrument and gives power to the people. Now, the fact that it binds all law, it means that if the law is not in keeping with the Constitution, as I said, is void. But it also binds the legislator not to make laws that would be in breach of the Constitution. And it also binds the executive, i.e. your police, what's the commissioner and the police, public authorities, right from the people who work at the tax office to the people who work at the court's office, or everybody who is a government worker, public authorities and those people, they come second to your human rights. And it literally says that the chapter applies to them when dealing with the human beings of the country. They must respect the Constitution and have in their mind the rights that are given to you, which are your rights. They have an obligation when they're even speaking to you not to breach the Constitution, not to discriminate, not to deny you. For instance, there was an article in the paper about the dunce bags, and a principal, don't need to call his name, a principal says, oh, when you come Monday morning, you can't get into the school. You're going to be denied access to education because your parents, you as a child, your parents or whoever, somebody might have donated a bag to you. So they don't even know if just by that alone, they would have denied you access to education by not allowing you to get to your classroom because of a bag. And the thought process would seem to suggest that they paid no attention to this very critical aspect of it, which says that this chapter applies to all law and binds the legislator, the executive, and all public authorities. Now, notice the language is so exacting because the protector of the Constitution, and or what I always say is the custos morem of the Constitution, the guardian of the Constitution, and the guardian of your constitutional right is the judiciary. So much so that when once upon a time, surprisingly it doesn't happen anymore, but once upon a time when something happened, there would always be a lady who, I don't know where, I didn't even know that still makes slip and 90, but she would always find the camera and she would always run out and say, we want justice. Him innocent, him not do nothing. But anything happens and you hear we want justice is a call to say my constitutional rights were violated and I need protection from the court. And the judge at that point, if it's brought to their attention in any way, form, even if written on a patty bag, let me go as far as that, or if you get a hold of one of those, what Rattigan called the tear-assisted fertilizer bag, and you're right that your constitutional rights were violated on that bag and submitted to the court, they're not to tell you you don't have it on the right paper. They're to read to see how best it is they can ascertain or find out what is it that you're caring about and identify it in these rights and try to give effect to it and call on the executive, the legislator, and all public authorities to say, have you breached the rights? Now that you've breached the rights, is it demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society to do so? Now, people might say, it sounds so pretty, demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society. The Constitution says that you live in a free society, and it is a democracy, which gives you the right to vote, the right to choose, and it is calling out all your powers. So the language sounds so beautiful, but it has so much meaning, because where your rights are breached, rights aren't absolute, but if the government cannot say that it is justified, then they must pay you, and they must give you damages, and they must or the court gives you a declaration to say that the relevant, whether it be the government, the legislature, the executive, or the public authority, or even the law, has to be struck down because it has breached your right, and you must get that remedy. Now, when one makes that assessment and understands that that is how powerful the rights are, one would see that in a constitutional amendment that is taking place, and it's not even an amendment, a new constitution is being developed, one must be worried whether or not the exact language to protect your rights will not be touched or lessened, or any more, or any burden, increased burden put on the average citizen to access their rights. That is should be of central concern for everybody, whether you're in the diaspora or you are here in Jamaica. These things must be the most important concern that you have, because nothing else matters if your rights are not protected as they are now within the current constitution. So again, after it speaks about the law, the rights, or the chapter applies to all the public authorities. I said it initially, but it now flows. That don't think as a citizen you have a right to be on Twitter, or you have a right to be on the Rattigan show, or you have a right to be in the social media space, or because they are foreign and then can't touch you, you're just there violating people's rights by use of your freedom of expression. You have to be careful with that, because, and our very erudite Chief Justice has interpreted that the very right these rights may apply horizontally, as in citizen to citizen, because section 5 or subsection 5 says that a provision of this chapter binds natural or juristic persons, as in even a company, if and to the extent that it is applicable, taking account of the nature of the right and the nature of any duty imposed by the right. So, the nature of the right, what does that mean? I need to explain it to you. If my right to life is affected by your right to run your mouth, i.e. your freedom of expression, boy, you may very well get thumping on your mouth and the court say that I don't violate your right. I'm just trying to be as very practical. Similarly, if I have my right to freedom of expression and the case Tomlinson and those networks, whether it be TVJ, CVM, all of them, even PBC, I think he sued everybody. Maurice Tomlinson, he wanted to use his ability of freedom of expression to disseminate information on the private platforms, being private ownership. The broadcasting stations were private, and they said no, and they didn't give him airtime, and he sued. And that's where the court says, well, you do have the right to sue horizontally. So he was correct to say that, but your right to freedom of expression does not trump my property rights. So it speaks about you take into account the nature of the right and the nature of any duty imposed by that right. And so if I have property right, I have a right to say, I don't want you to use my platform. So Rattigan can say, listen, right now, I'm exercising my right, my property right, my broadcasting ability, my platform to censor ISAT because I don't like what he's saying. And I can't say, hey, Rattigan, bring me on your show next week. I'm a freedom of expression. You're fight against the Rastaman. Because practically, he has his right to protect his platform, protect his space from how you are disseminating information. And so horizontally, we look at it. Ironically, in the United States, these same rights have been challenged, and state by state, I take up the newspaper or watch on the news from time to time how these rights are balanced, i.e., a woman has a ma and pa cake factory, and she says, "Oh, I'm not baking cake for you people." And they take to court, and the court says, "Listen, you should bake the cake. You are discriminating, and we order you that damages because you never gave them a service." Other people says, "No, it's their business and it's privately owned. They don't have to." And so the states are divided in terms of how to balance rights horizontally, and then their laws that we spoke about the all laws are a little bit different from state to state. In the Jamaican space, I think we are still lagging behind in terms of legislating laws that are practical and make sense. And so it's not until something comes up to the forefront and challenged in the court that we see how far behind we are. And in the interest of justice, sometimes I just wish that when the state is challenged, rather than trying to defend the indefensible or defenseless, it takes a bigger government to say, aha, you caught us, but we're going to correct the wrong immediately, because that's really what it is about. Because I promise you this, taxpayers don't win when the state is sued and the citizen is victorious in a lawsuit. It is the people of the country that will suffer, because it's not, if the minister does something, it's not the minister's pocket it coming out of, it's the taxpayers' money. If the public authority does something, you're not suing the public authority. The commissioner does something and you don't like it and you sue him, you're not suing him in his private capacity. So it's not a ha-ha moment and nobody wins. And so we have to have respect for the Constitution, be cognizant of our rights, and even as citizens, when we use our platform, we always think of minority rights and understand that, hey, come for the Rastas last week, they may very well come for the short people next week, they may come for the dark-skinned people, they may come for the light-skinned, they may come for the fat people, and it is just today for you, tomorrow for me. And minority groups, we all fall into minority groups by virtue of being a human. And so like Rattigan and Andre used to always tease me on the Andre show about being big nose. And they used to say, so I fall into the big nose people. So every time I hear them say they don't like the big nose one, I say, boy, look how them are fight against me. I'm a prime minister. But anyway, so moving on from that. So at 6, it says no person shall be subjected to torture or inhuman or degrading punishment or other treatment. Here's the thing, and the Constitution, I got in trouble the last time I said something like this, but the Constitution is written as if Shakespeare, who wrote the Bible, the King James version of the Bible, wrote the Constitution. It flows in literature, in sequence. It has everything necessary to alert you into what it is to feel like a human being, what it is to be reminded, to be asserted that even if you wake up and you're dirt poor and you want to be worthless and rub out your hand middle and wear a dunce bag and you just want to live like a vagrant. That's what they made laws for vagrancy laws for people who didn't want to work because they didn't want to continue to be slaves. Well, the Constitution says it. No person shall be subjected to torture or inhuman or degrading punishment or other treatment. So much so that where someone forfeits their freedom, they have not forfeit their other rights. Takes us to the conversation that Rattigan just led us through as to why it is his internet wife would reject a state-of-the-art prison when common sense can tell you. And oh yeah, I'm back. What was it called, Herb? The math you call it?
Voodoo.
Yeah.
Voodoo math.
Voodoo.
Yeah.
Voodoo
It
math,
must be
yeah.
voodoo math, because here we're a third world country. Certainly, if Rattigan tell him friend them to give me a prison, I'm gonna take the prison, and we in the Caribbean have something called sunset legislation. So you give me 30 prisoners, some of them did shoplifting, whatever. You take the prisoner, you do sunset legislation, and you give them a second opportunity. You put them out on probation, and you use the facility to advance your security system by putting the maximum people in that state-of-the-art prison, and continue to fix the prison to make the standards important for bringing up human treatment, non-degrading punishment, or any other treatment, so that people like Isaac can come up and fix your prison. It's dirty and it's this, and it's not in keeping with the Mandela standard, because we are in 2023. It has to be that we're still celebrating roads which we were always supposed to have, which was always in motion, while people don't have homes, and then you're locking up people in droves and putting them into systems where it looks like not even kennels, because the veterinarians have animal. Peter would certainly condemn them for treating animals the way humans are treated here. So again, the Constitution reminds you that even where you have done some wrong, you shall not be subjected to torture or inhuman or degrading punishment. And so these are where, even when you sit as a judge and you're considering the time you're sending somebody into prison, one must consider, but what are the conditions, and should I send them? Will that correct the wrong? Is this the type of punishment? And when I speak of hard labor, is it supposed to be that I put you in a pit to serve your sentence? That's not hard labor, that's just hard treatment. Now, at 7, it says, nothing contained in or done under the authority of any law shall be held to be inconsistent with or in contravention of subsection 6, to the extent that the law in question authorizes the infliction of any description of punishment which was lawful in Jamaica immediately before the commencement of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, Constitutional Amendment Act 2011. Now, this section simply is what the government uses to say, well, so we get the prison, so we keep it, and therefore we are a work in progress. See with us, we'll get to it where we get it. But as it's a matter for the people to say whether or not in a free and democratic society, we should allow certain things to go on. And this is conversations from the Constitution. It is conversations about human rights. And notice that the Constitution, the Charter, contemplates even for persons incarcerated. So when it speaks about the execution of a sentence of death imposed after the commencement of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms Act on any or persons or any offense against the law of Jamaica shall not be held to be inconsistent with or in contravention of this section by reason of, and this section is about the response of the government to what was the Pratt and Morgan situation. So our highest court, the Privy Council, would have said it was cruel and inhumane punishment to keep people on death row for more than 5 years without them knowing when they were going to be sentenced to death or whether they had an appeal pending. And persons were just languishing on death row, and that changed. The Privy Council said it was inhumane, and then we came back with our charter and said, listen, our system not perfect. If you're there and you're sitting on death row, you're just going to be on death row. The thing about it is that the judiciary, in all their wisdom, they don't sentence people to death anymore, even though it's under law, and they don't even contemplate it by virtue of the sentencing guidelines, even though we have it on our books. So when our politicians is saying, "Oh, we need to bring back the death penalty, and crime is this and this," the Privy Council says death penalties for the worst of the worst, and the crimes that I see happen in Jamaica. You see me stuttering because sometimes, my God, you see the crimes, and it seems like every day these people find ways to be more Uncle Demon and Auntie Demon than the people last week when you watch the news. That's our reality here. And I think the worst of the worst takes place every day. But if you are a human rights advocate, I don't think that I think it's very inhumane for judges to sit and look you in your face and say that you forfeit your right to live among us and forfeit your right to even live at all. When you hear when you hear those words, if you have any humanity in you outside of emotion, you would not want to speak those words, because it's not words. Those are words of God. It should never be repeated as of man. That's just my position. And the Constitution says you have your right to think otherwise as to the death penalty. The thing about it is, we are a third world country, and the United Nations, Amnesty International, they take a certain position. We would be sanctioned if we were to carry out death penalties. So I'm never worried about it. 1988 was the last time, and we are 5 years away from it being 40 years. Yeah, so God's willing, we will fix our crime problem and won't ever have to think about executing people. So that's the Section 8 aspect of it. Again, nothing contained in or done under the authority of any law shall be held to be inconsistent with or in contravention of subsection 3F. And 3F, as you know it, was the right to freedom of movement. That is to say, the right of every citizen of Jamaica. So that 3F of this section and sections 14 and 16.3, which is the due process aspect, to the extent that the law authorizes the taking in relation to persons detained or whose freedom of movement has been restricted by virtue of that law, of measures that are reasonably justifiable for the purpose of dealing with the situation that exists during a period of public emergency or public disaster. I hope you're listening, because you don't have to be a criminal for your freedom of movement or for detention to happen to you. One of the biggest fights with the state of emergency is, and why the government and the private sector and certain sects of society would have preferred the state of emergency, is it cancels your rights. It cancels your authority to your ability to say, listen, you're violating my rights. When there's a state of emergency, you lose your right to privacy. All that is in your cell phone, they can just get in there and they can just look and they can violate you. Your family life is torn apart, and you lose your humanity by virtues of state of emergencies. And when state of emergency, not only in the sense of how this government had used it, but also if there's a hurricane tomorrow or a COVID we're not going to talk about COVID, but natural disasters, if those things take place again, you can see how these rights are suspended, and the Constitution pretty much contemplates it when it's done in a real way and legitimate way. And that's why it speaks of for the purpose reasonably justifiable, which is to me a higher standard of demonstrably justifiable. Reasonable justifiable for the purpose of dealing with the situation, because these situations are thought to be temporary. Nobody contemplates that when you're going to be detained, it's going to be for some long-ended period. because I can tell you that a day in detention is like 1,000 years. The Bible speaks about it, 1,000 years in thy sight, and if by reason of strength and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's that on that aspect of it. We get into subsection 10. It speaks about a person who is detained or whose freedom of movement has been restricted by virtue only of a law referred to in subsection 9, that's the state of emergency, public emergency laws, may request a review of his case at any time during the period of detention or restriction. But any request subsequent to the initial request shall not be made earlier than 6 weeks after he last made such a request. And if he makes such a request, his case shall be reviewed promptly by an independent and impartial tribunal, which shall be immediately established pursuant to law and presided over by a person appointed by the Chief Justice of Jamaica from among persons qualified to be appointed as a judge of the Supreme Court. So, again, even when you are detained, you have a right to challenge your detention, and the persons who are to do it are the competent authority. And you see how much power the guardian of the Constitution, the custos moral of the Constitution is given. So do not take, sometimes I say people curse the Chief Justice, and it's cute, it's laughable, it's peculiar, but recognize how much power the Chief Justice has, because he is the guardian of the Constitution. And likewise, the judges of the Supreme Court, the judiciary, are the protectors of the Constitution. And so they are the competent persons to decide who will review you. And if he appoints somebody, he is saying, this is somebody with the competence of a Supreme Court judge. And if they review it, then it may very well be that if they say you're to stay, that's powers exercised by a competent authority. What would take place in the state of emergency was a little bit different, and that's the drama behind the whole review board for the detention. So on any review by a tribunal in pursuance of subsection 10 of the case of any person who is detained or whose freedom of movement has been restricted, the tribunal may give directions to the authority by whom such detention or restriction was ordered concerning the continued detention or restriction of movement of the person, and the authority shall act in accordance with such directions. Now, having heard all of that, I just wanted to understand that the Constitution itself makes provisions for how to detain persons. So when people just use detention as a crime fighting tool and is using the tool outside of the Constitution, one has to wonder under what authority would that come up, and why the public is to be concerned that in a situation where the Constitution sets out clearly the parameters of the use of a tool like that, why was it not taken in accordance with the Constitution? That's something to think about in terms of your protecting all the rights we spoke about earlier. Well, this is what we call the saving laws clause, and it is before the court now. There is a case challenging whether or not this saving laws clause has any value. It reads like this: nothing contained in or done under the authority of any law in force immediately before the commencement of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, Constitutional Amendment Act of 2011, relating to sexual offenses, obscene publications, or offenses regarding the life of the unborn child, shall be held to be inconsistent with or in contravention of the provisions of this chapter. So what has happened here is that the Charter amending the Constitution has only saved laws in existence in relation to sexual offenses, obscene publications, and offenses regarding the life of the unborn. So it puts into question whether laws which are on the books that are offensive to the Constitution are still has force. I won't get into the conversation of which laws, but I know I can think of some of them. But I want to leave the Obia Act alone. We are in times of peril, and if you have to guard up and take a trip to St. Thomas, you should have the freedom to do so. And in any event, they're not prosecuting anybody for Obia, but I'm going to leave it right there. So with that one. Now, in subsection 13, it speaks of public educational institution, and it means an all-age school, a pre-primary school, or a primary school that is maintained or assisted by the government. And so when it deals with education, the right to access to education stops at the primary level. So with a constitutional amendment, in my view, especially when we're talking about Herbie saying maths in our time and certainly maths in my time and what we're dealing with, and the voodoo maths that taking place at RADA, and the lack of accountability of at least 500 portable assisted bags from Morocco, one can understand that we probably would want to increase the access to education right up to the tertiary level. I believe that education should be free right up to the tertiary level, even if you don't want it. And I guarantee you this, even when it's free, enough people now going to use it anyway. But the government should have the duty, it should be an obligation on the government to ensure that right up there. So when people open their mouth and you want to cuss the government response, ideally in such a small society, would be, listen, I know my fault, say you don't, you know, we are paying for to go get on the education right up to tertiary level. Why are we lagging? Why do I need to import workers when you can go take your book, pressure your book? That's the kind of conversations, and that's what we should be looking to, and that's what we should be trying to struggle with. But that's just my utopian voodoo assessment of the Constitution. So I hope I'm not boring you, because this is exciting for me, but you need to tell me when it gets overwhelming. I want to touch on this particular chapter because it speaks about protection of freedom of the person, which is so important, because in the Jamaican space, it is literally, it's violated. And I think that when you hear the conversations, persons don't understand. So when you hear like a Jamaicans for Justice speak out, or stand up for Jamaica, or even me in the human rights space talking about human rights, people say, oh, we not talk up for the criminal them, or we not talk up for them people, and them people are no good. But it is the Constitution that empowers that type of advocacy and an appreciation of not stripping people of humanity. I think would change the conversation, and it certainly would put a lot more pressure on leaders in terms of what their policies are when they don't include the citizen, the ordinary man. And so that's when you think of protection of freedom of the person, just understand how important it is to wake up every morning and be free, like an individual, disconnected from everybody else. Whether you're married, whether you are a government worker, whether you're self-employed or not, but the need to feel that you have the freedom of the person. That's what I'm trying to get at. So no person shall be deprived of his liberty except on reasonable grounds and in accordance with fair procedures established by law in the following circumstances. So it sets it out. And I'm going to preamble the conversation to say that, not picking on anybody, but we've seen where we speak about the two Jamaicas. If a poor person is suspected of a crime, your name is called, your face is sometimes published. They tell them who your address, them tell you who your mother is, Them tell you, say you, although your daddy ain't your daddy, and now you know him's not your father, and everything comes out about you, and you're suspected of the crime. And they say, come turn yourself in at the police station, and if you need bus fare, we will give it to you. But come do some time while we investigate the matter. Versus like a former minister of education who is suspected, and then they don't lock him up, they investigate and they do everything to ensure, and then he's not put in the prison system. He's shielded from that because it's done right for him. Or just like how we still haven't heard the name of the 6 people that could be suspected of the unjust enrichment or something like that, because the law is working for them. That's how the law is supposed to work, and it's supposed to work for you. And your liberty is not supposed to, you're not supposed to be stripped of your liberty or put in places unless it's reasonable grounds and in accordance with fair procedures. So those are the procedures that I'm talking about, established by law. And here are the circumstances. In consequence of his unfitness to plead to a criminal charge. So if you're using the term loosely, if your head not good, or you're mad, or you don't have the sense enough to instruct your attorney, you're not fit to say guilty or not guilty, the law actually says they're supposed to send you to Bellevue, but they don't do that. Unfortunately, we send you to one of the old prisons because Rattigan internet wife decided not to take a new prison. Remember that. And as a result, there are persons who were arrested in 1970 that even now is languishing in prison, and we probably don't know. Similarly, right through, there's somebody's brother or son was arrested in 1990 and he's still in prison now because we don't know his name and he's not fit to plead and he's lost in the system. In the execution of the sentence or order of a court, whether in Jamaica or elsewhere, in respect of a criminal offense of which he has been convicted. In execution of an order of the Supreme Court or of the Court of Appeal or such other court as may be prescribed by Parliament on the grounds of his contempt of any such court or of another court of tribunal. And in execution of the order of a court made in order to secure the fulfillment of any obligation imposed on him by law, for the purpose of bringing him before a court in execution of the order of the court, i.e. arrest warrant, execution of a summons, and the arrest and detention of a person. And it says, for the purpose of bringing him before the competent legal authority on reasonable suspicion of his having committed an offense, or where it is reasonably necessary to prevent him from committing an offense. And in the case of a person who has not attained the age of 18 years for the purpose of his care and protection. Now, the detention of a person for the prevention of the spreading of an infectious or contagious disease constituting a serious threat to public health. You can think of the COVID, monkeypox, all of these, dengue, whatever, anything that's communicable that can spread, the health authorities may have to contain you. Suffering from mental disorder or addicted to drugs or alcohol where necessary for his care or treatment or for the prevention of harm to himself or others. Just notice as I'm reading this, the Constitution has contemplated all the possible circumstances of which they would have to strip you of your liberty. So the arrest or detention of a person who is not a citizen of Jamaica to prevent his unauthorized entry into Jamaica. Think of the Haitians who were sent back, and whether it was done fairly is a question, but what the Constitution contemplates is what is important, not the court of public opinion. And against whom an action is being taken with a view to deportation or extradition or other lawful removal or the taking of proceedings related thereto. Now, moving on from that, it says any person who is arrested or detained shall have the right to communicate with and be visited by his spouse, partner, or family member, religious counselor, and a medical practitioner of his choice. And at the time of his arrest or detention, or as soon as is reasonably practicable, to be informed in a language which he understands of the reasons for his arrest or detention. And where he is charged with an offense, to be informed forthwith in a language which he understands of the nature of the charge and D, to communicate with and retain an attorney at law. And any person who is arrested or detained shall be entitled to be tried within a reasonable time and shall be brought forthwith as soon as is reasonable practicable before an officer authorized by law or a court, and released either unconditionally or upon reasonable conditions to secure his attendance at the trial or at any stage of the proceedings. This is the Constitution telling you that you actually have a right to bail. And it is unfortunate sometimes that we always are advocates for persons who commit crimes not to be given bail. But there should be an appreciation that bail is for the purpose of you attending court, because you are cloaked in the presumption of innocence. And I know I don't even have to read the content, the comments, because this is the part where I always get all of the bashing, saying, yeah, if a man commit murder, why he must get bail and murder them for stay and blah, blah, blah. But just remember that it's evidence in court that is important, and that is not until you're convicted of what you're accused of that people can legitimately start to put or judge you for that crime after your trial. And so bail remains as of right, and if a person is able to come to court and the judge is assured that he's not going to harm himself, harm people, tamper with the witnesses, he should have his right to bail. Now, if he's not released as mentioned in paragraph A2, he shall be promptly brought before a court which may thereupon release him as provided in that paragraph. And now, any person awaiting trial and detained in custody shall be entitled to bail on reasonable conditions unless sufficient cause is shown for keeping him in custody. And so there's always the conversations about you're going to tamper with witness and everything that I said earlier. But the aspect of it is that what the Constitution contemplates is that bail is as of right. What is being advocated is that violence contributors, not a legal term, but a term coined by Uptown to label people the poorer class, so it sounds good, so that they can detain you and so that they can criminalize you, is not a sufficient reason to deprive you of your liberty. This is just me trying to demonstrate to you how the Constitution respects freedom of the person and the importance of your liberty, and that it shouldn't be taken lightly, and no one should feel that even where you're suspected of a crime, that you should lose your liberty. Your restricted movement should come from bail, and especially where our criminal justice system doesn't march along as fast as it should. And certainly prosecutors and police officers shouldn't get the opportunity to simply tell a judge that you will tamper with witnesses and that you're a bad guy and we have the evidence, when they really don't have the evidence, and then you lose 6 months of your life and nothing comes of that. And then it's not guilty. And there are persons, it was in the paper just recently, a man spent 5 years before he was brought to trial, and at some point, 3 years into it happening, the prosecution would have known that they never had the witnesses, and he stayed there. Now he has his lawyer suing for it, but you'll never get back that 5 years. You just sat there 5 years and nothing. You lost your liberty, you lost your opportunity. I can tell you, it takes 5 years to become a lawyer. I think 5 years is a lot of time to just be languishing in detention, and nobody steps up and say that something is fundamentally wrong with that type of detention. And we should rethink, especially when we can monetize the bail system, where persons commit crime and you pay what you need to pay to be out on bail and be monitored. And we try to use technology to bring people in the system to regularize our system and make money. But instead, we're denying bail when the government could be getting straight up bail money and bail bondsmen and creating opportunities for the sector. Since crime is so high in our country, we should try to formalize it in a way that the country makes money. That's my take on that. So any person deprived of his liberty shall be treated humanely and with respect for the inherent dignity of the person. Very important, as it says, even where you lose your liberty, you do not lose your humanity. You should be treated humanely and with respect for the inherent dignity of the person. So the question we should ask ourselves is that as we deprive persons of their liberty, should we have the right to deprive them of their liberty with the dog kennels that we have as prisons in Jamaica? I can't be more graphic than that, and this is the best way I can behave myself. I'm passionate about that aspect of it, but we need to fix the prisons before we strip people of their humanity, and we are actually creating a breeding ground for criminals. So a man who committed perennial larceny, who sits in prison with actual convicted murderers, share the same cell with them, and when he leaves, he is completely birds of a feather, if you want to say they flock together. When you interact with people, you become them or they become you. That is just a part of human nature. And so we have to think about that in terms of classification of prisons and how we put children in harm's way. A man who become a thief is put into a breeding ground to become a murderer, and then we say it is the family that is the problem. But you put them in situation. You put somebody who has never committed a crime into detention in the conditions that they are placed in, their heart become hardened, they're stripped of their humanity, and they're open to do anything. So that's where we've done liberty up to now, and I think next week I'll go through property, because it's heavy stuff, and I'll leave the floor open for questions or anything. Thank you.
Listen, I thought the outstanding presentation. I have a couple of questions. What I'd like to do is I'd like to turn it over to John before we turn on the phone. I'm taking in the call, but I just want to hear from John and Herb regarding your presentation or any other matter that they have on there.
Go ahead, John.
All right, I'll go first then. Education again, Isaac. I mentioned last week or the week before about the Abidjan principles, and Jamaica breaks at least three or violates at least three of these underarching principles. One of them being education must be free up till secondary level.
Right.
All educators must be qualified, yet we have something like about only 32% in early education are qualified. Yeah, that's a disaster. That's a disaster. And the final one is that the government is more or less obligated to fund education to the best of its ability, i.e., which our government doesn't do. I keep banging on about, if it was funded to the best of its ability, one thing it would do would remove schools off the grid, because that way we save money and keep money within education. So how do you go about going to court to get these changes? I mean, it's fine saying that we have a constitution and these things should be, the government is violating the principles, but even when people go to court, it doesn't seem that we get any justice, because we should have free education. Education should change, and yet it hasn't changed over the decades. So we have a constitution, yet somehow no lawyer seems to want to step to say, look, you must do these things because it's in the constitution. I don't get it.
I'm going to respond to that, because that is what advocacy is about. And I'm going to share something with you. 6 years ago, 2019, somebody help me. This is voodoo math. 2019, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 5 years ago, the Virgo family had a young daughter who wore dreadlocks. The entire family wore dreadlocks. She went to Kensington Primary, And the principal says she has to shave her head because they have to protect the other kids from lice and junjo. So she would lose her place. Now I wear dreadlocks, and I must admit I was emotionally damaged about that situation. And as a young attorney, I took that case and I was working with Jamaicans for Justice, and I put my entire life, heart, and soul into it. And as a young attorney, I went, just as I went through this book with you, I stood before the court, and the school was adamant. We had voice notes telling the mother about nasty hair, lice, and junjo. The court heard all of that. And it is an embarrassing spot to be in for the government, because Bob Marley wear Rasta. They made a distinction between Rasta and dreadlocks, and the court ultimately said, hey, the child's right wasn't breached. She doesn't have a right to access to education. The family didn't say that they're dreadlocks, and they don't believe that they have a right to say they're any other religion. They don't recognize the religion. They said a lot of things, including that I was done. But I woke up September morning 5 years later, and I heard this Minister of Education, Flavel Williams, say you can't deny access to education because of hairstyle, and that the dread boys don't have to wear tam, and you don't have to be ashamed to have dreadlocks, and it never mattered if you were Rastafarian or whatever, but Afro identity was recognized. 5 years ago, the public backlash that I had was just as bad as the one I had a couple weeks ago. No different, but everything is a 9-day wonder. My response to you, John, is that when the public, the small man, needs to know no violation is acceptable as a nation, as a people. And this is not just black, this is any color, any minority, any pocket. No violation is acceptable. And any lawyer, you don't have to be 5 years, 6 years, 10 years. I wasn't even 1 year at the bar when I took up this case and I filed it, and I was with Jamaicans for Justice and left, and the family stayed with me, and it's at the Court of Appeal. Whatever they decide, I live to see the very government that fought this young girl change it 5 years later. So you litigate, and you think that because, for instance, Mr. Rattigan has a case before the court, that they don't know what to do with it. But I don't want to be in breach of the sub judice rule, so they will kill me. I will get the death sentence. I won't speak on it. But the important thing is, if every time rights are violated, you file in the courts, remember that the judges are the guardians of the Constitution and the guardians of your rights. Don't worry about public opinion. And if you lose litigation, I was a part of, and I'm always proud to say this, as a law student, I learned about a case in Guyana called Quincy McEwen and others. They were cross-dressers, and when I was learning about it, I say, yo, man, I wear a dress? What kind of business that? And I always remember Tracy Robinson, and I was laughing at a situation, but she was litigating something for years. I finished my entire degree, and I ended up, after finishing law, being on that case, traveling to Guyana and getting to go to the Caribbean Court of Justice for them to speak about freedom of expression and to see that they won their cases. It's about understanding the law, bringing compassion to every person whose right is violated is what is important, because if you allow them to do it to me, they will do it to you. If they censor one person for freedom of expression, they will have the power to expand that. If they deny a dreadlock girl to access to education, they will deny a bald head girl because she has cancer and they don't want people it will distract from learning. And they'll say you can't learn because you wear a dunce bag. So John, I'm trying to let you appreciate that we as lawyers, we do advocate every day. And I take a lot of beating for some of the cases that I take, and even senior persons will say you can't do it this way, but you just have to keep on giving effect to human rights. A lot of the times your superpower is advocacy, your ability to do the work because you're passionate about it. And the outcome, if Rattigan loses at the first instance, with what is set up now in terms of the way we have legal funding, we take it to the Court of Appeal, and then we'll go to we will go to the Privy Council, and here's why: because he is right. And just because the courts at first instance, if they say he's wrong, it doesn't mean he's wrong, and that's the thing about litigation. And so we give effect to the rights. In speaking about access to education, I'm saddened by it because notice that the Constitution, and I just read it, I'm going to read it again. It speaks about public educational institutions, and it means an all-age school. All-age school went up to about the 9th grade, you know. Mm. And what they do is they eliminated the all-age school, and what we did, we like to say, yes, because we need traditional high schools. Remember that? You know that conversation? We need to streamline all schools, take out shift systems, and have traditional high schools and eliminate all age. They deceive the public. Because if there are no all-age schools, they don't have to give effect to the Constitution and be obligated to secondary education up to the 9th grade. And so no education is at the primary, access to education is at the primary level. So after PEP, government really don't have to be concerned about you when there are no all-age schools left. But I would have said again, we need to extend it to tertiary education. And it's not an impossible feat, because even where everybody can get tertiary education, there are persons who right now as I'm speaking, they won't have the competence and the aptitude to even excel to there. But what is important is that the vision 30 years from now, and maybe not in my lifetime, education will be like drinking water. We need to get there so that we can change ourselves and give effect to the most important commodity, which is the people.
Right. So could we change the Constitution to make sure that education is free and we don't have these discussions?
That's, well, we're doing a new Constitution. And these I'm saying, John, these are why these conversations are important. Certainly coming from me, I should shut up because I don't know what I'm saying. But the people must know what they want. And guess what? I'm not even old like let me be nice. Some of my seniors who are on they will be having conversations with God by process of life. They have their education. Some of them in parliament never even need education and don't want it, so they don't value it. But what I can say is, as we go to a new constitution, when you're having your town hall meetings, if you're not saying to the people, this is what we think should be there, these are the gems, because I can tell you this, if the Jamaica Labour Party come to me and say, this here, education up to the tertiary level, boy, I'm sorry for you, because they're going to take out the whole of the state of emergency section, and I don't care. Because if people are educated, you probably won't ever need to call a state of emergency, and then I'm not even concerned about that. And we'll be so orderly and so busy that if you call a state of emergency, because people are going to go get their education and people are don't worry about the beryllium robbing. So if you don't educate the minds, everything else is it's just not going to happen.
All right, let me just say.
Sorry, Will.
Go ahead, John. Finish up, John, because I want to get to her. But finish up.
Yeah, I say that. But the question still remains that we know that the JLP and PNP will not include this in the Constitution. They won't. So surely we have to have a push now to make sure that we have this provision within the Constitution. Surely that's what we have to be telling the people. If we're determined to have free quality education, it's the only way forward, isn't it? Surely, is to have it written into the Constitution. I don't see any other way.
I adopt what you have said, and I would say to the people, the diaspora and the public, anybody who is listening, that should be your biggest tool going into the next election. Which one of you, my humble servants, creatures of the Constitution, will be brave enough like a lion and roar and say, we are going to give you free education, because even if you lie to me and tell me you're going to give it to me, so I can vote for you, so I can tell you that you lie, but entice me, baptize me, give me something nice, put it in a document that you say has value, because you're tampering with it now. By tampering, let me temper my language, you are recreating for the people, by the people, without the name of the queen and the king in all their whiteness. You're doing something for what you say is you're out of many one. This is your opportunity to change the landscape. That's all I would say on that.
All right. Herb?
Yeah. Now, I look at what is happening, and I am very curious about some wording I heard the other day.
Mm.
I talk about it's talking about the Governor General's prerogative
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to holding people in prison. Is there any such thing as a Governor General?
Yeah, the governor general still, as we speak, and that's why I spoke about it earlier. There are persons who were locked up from 1990, 1970. They're locked up by the prerogative of the governor general. It is he who they have to plead to for them to be released from prison. The Privy Council in the Mollison decision had changed it to the prerogative of the court, but there, where law is concerned in our jurisdiction, there's no retroactive application automatically. So there are persons, and sometimes there are persons who he can exercise. He at all times, notwithstanding, can exercise his prerogative of mercy, and he has what we call the Jamaican Privy Council, with competent judges who are retired, who sometimes review situations and are able to release prisoners. And I think he did it one time for. I had a client who had cancer, and he exercised his prerogative of mercy on the medical evidence that showed that the guy would die in less than a year, and they released him. Sometimes I'm still speechless about it. So I know that the system works, and there are some times when humanity kicks in and people exercise that prerogative, and especially when it comes to health. So even in the new constitution, it was not discussed by the competent people about the role of the president. But if we're not going to have a governor general, clearly the president is going to have these powers. And it should be properly set out, because just like in America, it's like paperwork. The president pardons people every time at the end of his presidency. You could have killed 100 people. If he exercises it, you're gonna get it, and people can't say anything. And then they say, "Oh, it's political." They release some drug dealer and they release some murderer. That's what the prerogative of mercy is. It is a government. It's a governor general's pardon. It is, and we should probably in our new constitution give our prime minister, give our ministers, give people with the ability to have this pardon, because what we think prison is supposed to be, I think we haven't educated the public about it. Yeah.
Now there's one other area that I'm curious about.
Mm-hmm.
The Attorney General's role in the UK Commonwealth is interpretation of law.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any of that in Jamaica, or do we see that the Governor General or the DPP themselves can interpret the law and apply it at the same time?
The attorney, respectfully, no, everybody, lawyers interpret the law. That's what the court, that's what the judicial system is about. Lawyers interpret the law every day.
Okay, let me.
No, just let me answer that. Let me just let you know that our Attorney General, especially now the existing Attorney General, I sit at his feet. Derek McCoy, he was my lecturer. He is a phenomenal human being, very, very bright. When he gives his advice, it's a different question whether the government listens to him. But I can tell you this. If it is that something is done and I see his signature at the bottom of the paper to say that this is how it's done, I would believe that is how it's done. But research, under the quiet before you criticize. I'm just putting that out to say that he does his work. But I know that there are internal documents where this man would say you can't do that, and they do it anyway. So the Attorney General has his job and he's doing it now. I won't speak of before, but I can say that right now. The role of the Attorney General is to interpret the law and to advise the government when matters come up, which is why whenever we sue, when rights, John, are violated, we sue the government and tell the Attorney General fix it. They interpret it and they either concede or they fight it to the death, strong and wrong.
Yeah. So in this case, if the Attorney General gives an advice, government ignores it, and citizens get injured. Let's say you have a case against the bauxite company because the Attorney General says, look, under the public health law, this is supposed to happen and it's not happening and it needs to be enforced. He gives that advice and the government ignores it. Can you then come along and based on them ignoring the advice and the injury to citizens, can you sue?
But of course, you sue and you do the thing that I learned from Mr. Rattigan before you sue. You use your access to information. You say whether or not the Attorney General gave advice on this. We want that document and ask specific questions. And when you collect that disclosure information, you tell them, invite them to concede. Litigation has been so much different by use of the access to information. And I'm being honest with you, I used it at Jamaicans for Justice sparingly. Since my interaction with Rattigan is not, I ask questions. I cross-examine on my ATIs now. It's funny. So you ask them the questions and you put them in cross problems. And trust me, while you're doing it, them running up and down and them calling each other. And then sometimes you get a call. Hello, can you turn on your camera so I can see if it's you so I can explain myself to you?
God.
Can we change the subject, please? Or they're going to get me in trouble.
Listen, let me just say that big up everybody just tuning in. I see a lot of people joining us. It's been very interesting, very informative. Continue to stay with us if you've been here from the beginning, and if you're just joining us, just watch and listen. And everyone will get a chance to, well, I shouldn't say everyone, but people will get a chance to participate because I'm going to turn on the phone line in a few minutes. Let me just say a few words though before I do that. First thing is that I have a very dear friend of mine, my high school classmate. I see him in the chat, and he's making the argument that the Constitution is, he's rubbishing the Constitution and saying that the discussion regarding the Constitution is to some degree nonsensical because we shouldn't even be discussing this Constitution. We should be discussing enacting a brand new Constitution. Get rid of this one that was quote unquote given to us. Well, here's my argument regarding that. If people don't know, we whether we like it or not, this is the document that we are operating under, right? and it remains to be seen what's going to be done with it. But until then, we have to abide by the tenets of this document. And so it would be unwise for us not to discuss it, because at some point, Jamaican citizens will be asked about a referendum, voting on certain aspects of amendment to the document. And if they don't know, then just think about what kind of decision they'll make. So the purpose of this is to inform people, as flawed as as some people might think the document is, as flawed as you may think it is. Some people think it's not, some people think it is, but let's assume that you think it's flawed. We still have to teach our people the contents of this document so that they can make informed decisions about asking questions about things that they need to do. For example, the ISAT just talked about, things that you need to do when you're confronted with agents of the government, right? Regarding search warrant, arrest warrant, and so on and so forth, what your rights are. Those things are still pertinent, even though we may think that the Constitution is, we should have gotten rid of it a long time ago. So we still have to operate under it. And, personally, I think we should just get rid of it completely and start brand new, and you'll hear, when you hear my presentation next week, and please bring lunch, bring dinner, be prepared to stay long, because Isaac is going to do his piece. I'm not going to interrupt his piece, because he's going to be with us for a while, not just next week, but I suspect he's going to be here for a while. And after he's done, I'll do my piece. And it's going to be very, very interesting, his piece and my piece. So we still have to teach our people what's inside of this document, force them to think, not just listen to what somebody says, because everything that Isaac's talking about, you notice he gives you chapter and verse, right? He says chapter 3, subsection this, number this and that. So you can go look at it for yourself, right? So that's what I would say to line. But line, we're going to open the lines pretty soon, and then, you can jump on and then you can ask the question. But before we do, I have a question for Isaac. Now, Isaac, on the chapter, and this has to do with the Constitution, and I'm sure a lot of people will identify with this question because they've been thinking about this. On the chapter 1, section 2, it says, it's entitled Effect of this Constitution, and I'll read it. It says, subject to the provisions of sections 49 and 50, which 50, by the way, has been repealed. Subject to the provisions of section 49 and 50 of this Constitution, if any other law is inconsistent with this Constitution shall prevail, and the other law shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void. Yeah. Right? So what it's saying is that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Done of all done.
Things that come along must comply with the Constitution, not the other way around. Here's a question. The DPP, under section 49, DPPs are entitled to serve up to 60, and they can be an extension for up to 5 years. Now, this present DPP, she got an extension when she reached 6, because you're supposed to leave at age 60. She got an extension for 3 years. Now, that extension is going to end, I think, next month, October, I think, or November.
This month.
This month. Okay, next week, right.
Next week.
Next week.
Yes.
And the government rushed to amend the Constitution to give her a second extension. And the reason provided by the Minister of Justice was that the civil service law allows for people to serve up to 65 or 70. So that he's trying to bring the Constitution in conformity with that law. But what I just read to you says the opposite. It says, if you have a law that's in contradiction with the Constitution, then it's void. Additionally, it says, and I think it's section
94, 95, 96. So go ahead.
It talks about how do you pass this law, right? And essentially it says you have to get 2/3, right? 2/3 of both houses, and then the Governor General has to do his assent.
Right.
Now, for that law, this is the second part of the question. How did they get 2/3 out of the Senate?
2/3 sitting at the time.
So you're is that are you saying in
Yeah,
that?
we don't. So let me be clear, and I use in legal language now, because when I was on Andre's show, I was trying to make the people know, and you were. It's so funny because you were doing it. This is the Constitution, and you're using. You're just putting things into the Constitution as you like, and that's you are violating the Constitution in such a way. So although those things were done, what is important about the document being the superior, the done of all dons, is its treatment. Anything done with the Constitution must have mature consideration and debated in such a way that you go to how you read it, how you say anything under any law. Nobody had the opportunity to say what you said. Nobody had the opportunity to say, but listen, if the law is not in conformity to the Constitution, it is void to the extent of the Constitution. It is not the Constitution that is to be amended, it is the law.
Right.
There's no justification whatsoever, and that is the simple conversation. And if anybody, and I'm using this word, the law is a jealous mistress.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody fornicates with the law properly, you're to respect the law in such a way and treat the Constitution as a superior document. So if you just fancifully, because even if you have the 2/3 sitting, and 2/3 sitting means that if there were 5 people in there and the PMP did a walkout, you are going to get the votes. Because the Constitution allows that. But is that something in tandem and in keeping with the interests of the people? The answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
The answer is no. And for those reasons, the legal scholars, people before my time, would have said that is the case that would be before the court to say that it shouldn't be done. There is an injunction that will be filed. There is a case before the court. And previously, when it was done with the Bar Association case, the Governor General didn't assent, or he didn't swear in the person. So we'll see what happens when that time comes, when next week comes, and how respect for the current Constitution, how it is treated in light of that. But I will say this, I have to say this, Rattigan, and just permit me, because you were speaking to your classmate about the Constitution. Well, anybody who worked somewhere and was ever under sweet contract know what it is when the people at the top, the company, come and say, we need to re-sign now. And in the clause, the old contract say free uniform, free gas, yeah, and some food stamps. And the new contract, that when the new people come, say, you buy your own uniform, no more food stamps, no more free parking, and no more, there will be no more lunchroom, and they invite you to sign. You must know what your benefits were, and even if they're going to give you a new document entirely, if you're losing your benefits, it cannot work. So you have to know what's in this Constitution. And I will tell everybody this, the Charter is only 12 years old.
Right.
No other Constitution, and I challenge any scholar, any bright person to come to this fully done youth and tell them that there is a Constitution existing anywhere in the world that is as robust, progressive, and rights protecting than our Charter of Rights. And I'm telling the Jamaican people, you received it by mistake, because it's piecemeal legislation that the legislators didn't understand that they were making people human beings to the point that they were creatures. And if they knew, you would not have had the Charter of Rights. Don't ever forget that.
No, let's be clear. Let's be clear.
Yes.
You have Charter of Rights.
Yes.
Is enshrined within the Constitution.
That is true.
Now, when you talk about the Constitution, are you talking about the entire Constitution?
No, I'm talking. But the most important thing, because we had a Constitution up until 2011, it never served the people.
Mm-hmm.
It is, the law never get exciting until 2011. I promise you this.
Mm-hmm.
Police and everybody had to be very careful when 2011 come. Things changed, and the conversation now is these poor people getting too much rights. Because I can tell you this, in this country, rich people rights are never violated. Never. So the charter is so important that if you are going to give a new I hear everybody, I know you want to get rid of the king. I know you want to get rid of the white people, and I know you want a constitution that looks black. But don't ever forget that in this white constitution right now, it is the black people that made the charter so powerful and progressive that they have trouble governing the country because of its protection of the people. That's all I want to say. If it's not going to be like that moving forward, yeah, you might as well leave it as it is.
I would make the argument that it's possible to keep chapter 3, but then you make your amendments or you change the rest of it.
Around it.
Yeah, because 46, for example, section 46, it talks about a fine if you vote or you sit in parliament when you shouldn't. And you know what the fine is? £10.
Mm-hmm.
And you say, well, where did that come from? Right?
Mm-hmm.
I've gone through the Constitution several times. And that's why I'm urging all of you, listening, viewing audience, to tune in next week. Because again, we're going to talk about the Constitution and its identification of the real bro God. Not some bogus bro God, the real bro God. And you're going to see in black and white the power that this bro God has. The absolute power that this person has. And then you'll realize that we're focused to some degree on the right person, but we're not focusing on the real person. So we'll see that. All right, the phone line is open. So if anybody wants to call, Lion, me know you out there and y'all listen. Call in. The 4 of us are here. We'll take the calls. Until then, we'll just do that. The Constitution. The Constitution is. I'm going to put it on my website. It's not there yet. It's still on the construction. And then several people have asked for you to put a contact number for them in the chat. They want to reach out to you.
Okay.
Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, man. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I good evening to you and your panelists. And I was listening to Mr. Buchanan.
Yes, sir.
Regarding the Constitution.
Yes.
And I have a similar question to Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Rattigan, because it seemed to me from his presentation that the Constitution as a whole is only interested in the Charter of Rights. For example, and it's just 2 examples that comes to mind while I was listening to the conversation, because I'm trying to go through it to get more. But things like the Senate is formed, 21 members.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I said this on a previous program before, that because the political system is so clannish, why couldn't we have 4 members of the government, 4 of the opposition, and the other 13 is chosen independently? So that when a decision is made, them don't take sides. Because how I see the Senate vote is that it is 13 for the government, 8 for the opposition, they vote en bloc. And that is not serving the Jamaican people properly. Now, if I would want a change in the Constitution, that the government side get 4, the opposition get 4, and have 13 independent members. That is one thing. Also, the political system, right? Where people vote for a party and the person reach parliament because of the people's vote and who them vote for the person, but then vote for the person and the party. Then all of a sudden there's a follow to that person and the party, and the person cross the floor. No, I mean, in good sense, I don't think that is right, because the people give them vote to a particular member of parliament and to a party, and then the member of parliament shift, and the people might not necessarily vote for that member if he was of a certain ilk. So I don't know how you people look at it. But these are the two issues as regards to the constitution that I would like to amend it.
All right.
That if a person and the party fall out, then them declare them seat null and void and them have an election again. You can't cross the floor. That doesn't seem right to me.
All right. Look, thanks for the call. ISAT is getting ready to provide you with a response to the two questions you asked. And continue for
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, no problem. ISAT here.
No, man, I heard what he has said, My take on it is this. Just as how he is interested into that aspect of the Constitution, I will say this, which I'm entitled to do, is to say that aspects of those things are much ado about nothing, because when it comes to the freedom of who to elect, even before so the inner workings of each party, you are going to get who they give to you. It is not like the American system where everybody vote for persons. Even judges have to be elected in the American system. That would be disastrous here. I would respectfully reject the 4 and 4 and these independent bodies, because what you don't want to do is to, by virtue of winning a parliamentary Westminster system, as the victor, you should get the bulk of the Senate, respectfully. And I don't see anything wrong with it, because previously the Senate the Senate used to vote unanimously for the state of emergency, both
Right.
opposition and the government. They would come debate, and that's what government is. Both sides come together and represent the people. I don't see anything wrong with that. What is happening is that people are frustrated because persons take principled behavior on party lines. The crossing of the floor is a peculiar thing, because Carl Samuda, he walked across. I can't tell you whether he was PNP or JLP. What I do know is that the people love Carl Samuda, whether he's Labour Right or PNP. So the argument that the gentleman has made is much ado about nothing, because the local government election is February. And those persons who are sitting there, respectfully, I will say, I don't think anybody in local government is constitutionally operating in that office. So that will be fixed at the election. It's a complete violation because of how the length of time that we didn't have a local government election call. So you can cross the floor all you want, but the people will have the answer at the end of the day. And people may very well be surprised that the same man who crossed the floor and is now a Labour Right will win the seat anyway, because it is he who they voted for and it's he who they wanted. So that to me has nothing, because at the end of the day, after an election and government doing what they want, you still are going to be a human being, respectfully.
Let me take this up.
Yes.
Caller, please. Welcome to Ms. Rattigan.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Okay, my question is on the Constitution, Mr. Isaac. Mr. Isaac, what more can be done to awaken the dormant powers of the Constitution, other than to suffice the awakening of the extension of the DPP?
All right. Isaac, I'm going to answer that question, but let me just grab this other call. All right, Don, I'll get back to you. Yes. Caller, you're on with Rattigan, Reason with Rattigan. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Lion in the house. Blessings, virgins. How you doing?
Blessings, Lion.
Yes. Herb. Greetings, man.
Hold on one second.
Greetings.
Hold on 1 second, Lion. Isaac, just remember that before you answer whatever Lion is going to ask, just respond.
Answer the lady before. Yes.
And go ahead, please.
Greetings, Lion.
Yes. Yes, and greetings to you, Herb, and greetings to Isaac. Greetings to you, Doc. You're in the place. And Rattigan, brethren,
Yeah, man.
you know, considering what was being discussed, and sometimes it's really a matter of context. You can be discussing in details something that is very important. However, at the moment, that's not the question. So, however intelligent it is presented, it still remains out of context, if you follow me, right? Here we are seeing that not even the Constitution as is being practiced. To be honest, the Constitution is not the problem. Yes, we need a Constitution because we don't have one. But even this fake $100 bill that we have for a Constitution, and forget about the pre
Okay.
around furnitures on the deck of the same ship to get a better position or a better chair position. The ship is going down. This constitution is going down and it's dragging the country with it. So how should we study the constitution then? In an applicatory fashion. Say, look, state of emergency, Governor General's powers, the Prime Minister's powers, because people's attention span are limited now, especially since TikTok and the advent of Facebook, etc., right? Or Meta, as they call it. Limited. So in order to maintain their response time and their attention time, you have to really bring it down to nitty-gritty into their daily experiences, because we don't want to sound like that Constitution Reform Committee that we see going on town like a circus. I don't know if I'm overstating it. What do you think?
Could you repeat the question?
We should not be finding ourselves in a position like the Constitution Reform Committee that is going around town like a circus, speaking good, intelligent things, but totally irrelevant because it's out of context. So it appears if the people are being educated, yes, they're being sensitized to the Constitution and what have you, but it's like going to a school and you're hearing all the good teaching, but you still go home a dunce. I don't know, overstating what is taking place. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, right? But let me draw a parallel scenario. Right, if you allow.
Yeah.
You have road traffic laws, right? And regardless of whether or not it's two-way traffic or one-way traffic, the laws have to be applicable until you can rewrite the road code book. You agree? And the reason for that is you don't want people to ignore the lights and go crashing into each other, because now you leave it up to their judgment to decide whether a law should be followed simply because it might be outdated. Right? So
this is a matter of context again, Herb, if I might say. A matter of context, because we are not saying to disobey the law or to ignore the law. No, that's not what we're saying. We are saying instead of going through the Constitution and picking out all the irrelevancies or the misinterpreted or those that have been ignored, let us deal with the matter that is at hand. Identify them, where they have been implemented by way of the Constitution, said, well, Clause 6, Section 2 says, look, state of emergency. Don't get my number right. I'm just saying that figuratively. Right? State of emergency, as used as a crime fighting tool, is illegal. You hammer that home, and you find other instances. But do not get up like how we're seeing the Constitutional Reform Committee going around Jamaica, apparently, going around, posing as if Constitution is a sacrosanct thing, you know, to be handled delicately and to make certain that we get. No, you must realize your hand is full of filth. You're trying your best to cleanse yourself of it. And at the same time, you don't want it messing up the place. So you're doing it in an orderly fashion. But it's not sacrosanct. The whole thing was a scam from the beginning. And we must accept it. Forget about the preamble, which is the Charter of Rights. Right? Forget about that. That is just a good scam. The scammer have to start with information that is attractive to the victim, so the victim can start to comply. But once you start to comply, the whole of your money gone. That's what happened to Jamaica. That's my 2 cents, Bridget.
All right, man. Well,
Yes.
But at the same time,
Herb, yeah, go ahead, Herb.
the way that the lady in charge of the Constitutional Committee,
Yes.
Malibu Court, yeah, the way she's talking is that they're not making any radical changes. They're going to tweak things here and there to the old one. So it seems like it's a realignment that she's doing rather than a complete break it down and build it back up. Right?
If they completely break it down, it's going to be very obvious that it's got to go.
Yeah.
Both the baby and the bathwater got to go.
I hope you're right.
Yeah, my apologies.
Before Isaac, hold on a second. Let me just say something to Lion. And that is this constitution.
You need volume, Will. More volume.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I can hear him.
Okay.
I can hear him.
All right. Now, this Constitutional Reform Committee, I don't think, based on my reading, my understanding of their purpose, that they're going to abandon this Constitution and come up with a new one. So you were just saying that it's the argument being made is not a good one. It sounds good, but it's not a good one, because the better argument is to get rid of the Constitution and start all over. But if you look at their mandate, if you look at their charter, if you look at their purpose, it's not to get rid of this Constitution and to bring and to come up with a new one. It is to get a Republican form of government and make changes to that effect. So I don't know how we would get them to go from that to say to a town hall meeting or town hall meetings to say, okay, you know what? We're hearing from the people and they don't want this Constitution. So our recommendation is going to be, let's get rid of the whole thing and start all over. I don't think that's going to happen. So assuming that that's not going to happen, that they're not going to change course, what is your position on going forward?
Okay. First of all and foremost, we have to be frank and bold and say this. They're being completely dishonest. When I say dishonest, in such a barefaced way, it's obvious that they think that the average populace are done. It's obvious. This is a bold-faced lie that they're doing. They're presenting as if it's a constitutional reform education project that they're going on, sensitizing the people and so forth. But really what they're pushing for is to really sanitize the dirty intent of getting republicanism to get this man in as a dictator. That's it. So it from the get-go, the whole thing was rubbish. Even if we start to speak of particular clauses within the Constitution that are relevant, that are protective, that's neither here nor there. Someone is about to die and they need ear, and you can give them even mouth-to-mouth recitation. Don't start preaching John 3:16.
No,
Give them recitation.
no,
For
I
God's
understand.
sake.
No, I understand that, but the thing is,
Yeah.
well, I'm preaching to the choir. You understand the Westminster style of government. First one across the finish line, they run the whole thing, purse strings and all, right? And so
Yeah.
the opposition they have very little power to stop what's going on. So again, the question is, given the system of government that's in place in Jamaica, and given what the mandate of the CRC is,
Yeah.
we can sit here and say, okay, yeah, they should get rid of it. But the fact of the matter is that they have the votes, they have the mandate, and they're not going to do it. So I take it then that the logical extension of your argument is that people need to vote the government out if they want to get a better constitution. Am I correct?
In fact, it will go a step further. The present system that we now have in God House has to be referendumed away because it's a scam. And they know it.
Okay.
They themselves know it.
All right.
That's why they laugh and talking to themselves.
I'll tell you what. Let me bring in John and I sat in the conversation. John.
Remember that lady? That I sat was supposed to address? Right?
No, he will. Thanks. Okay. Thanks so much. All right. John.
Yeah, I partly agree with him, actually. I think the CRC is a farce. And we know that from what happened with the DPP, that the government just ignored them altogether and just changed the constitution because they wanted to. And I actually do believe that the JLP and PMP have more or less written their own constitution already. I think it's already written. And all they're doing at the moment is just discussing to find out which little bits that they're fighting about that they disagree on. So whatever constitution they bring will not deliver, as I always say, the needs of the people. I have no problem with what Isaac says about keeping certain sections of it are good, as he said, chapter 3, I think it is. Yeah, we keep that then, as he said, and build around it. But whatever the JLP and PMP bring to the table will not deliver our needs. That's all I'll have to say on the matter, actually, when it comes to constitution.
Right, come on. Again, I'm going to ask you the same question that I posed to Lion. If that is the case, if everything that you said we accept as being true, then you're arguing for essentially a new constitution inclusive of chapter 3, right? How do we go about getting that done, given the system of government we have and given the votes that the government has? How do we get that? You know, what's the call of action then to do what you think should be done?
Well, we reject whatever the CRC are putting forward. We're going to have a referendum. Oh, this is the point that today we do not know. We're going to have a referendum, but we do not know the number of people that have to vote for this to be mandated. We know that only about less than 40% of the people voted in the last election. Most people relate the Constitution to voting. And so I will assume that the same amount of people are going to turn up and vote at the referendum. Now, if 40% of the people turn up and vote for referendum, how can we say that we're going to say that that's a representative number that we can now push forward and say this is now the new constitution when only 40% of the people voted? They should immediately tell us that the minimum amount of people got to vote is like 75% of the people. If that amount of people do not vote, then I think we're in deep trouble.
Yeah, but so you're talking about voter education. Now, here's a problem I'm having. The problem I'm having is simply this. If the idea is to reject the referendum, then we're back to where we started, which is the thing that we want to get rid of anyway. We're back to this. We're back to this constitution. So we're between a
No,
rock and a hard place. If you
no,
go,
because we've educated the people now, haven't we? We've educated the people to tell them that, right, these people are trying to bring in a new constitution, but because they're doing it, now they've opened a door for us now to turn around and say, no, we don't want that constitution. We will take our time to write a new constitution. It'll take a long time to write a new constitution. It can't be done overnight. It's going to take years. So we have this constitution, and we'd have somebody like Isaac and people like that who will look at the constitution, this constitution that we have at the moment, and then we'll just change things as we go along. I don't know the ins and outs how we do it, but we cannot actually have the constitution that the JLP will bring in.
I understand. That's a fair point. Isaac, before you come in, let me just take this call. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Rattigan and your panel.
Hello?
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yeah,
Caller,
we hear him.
we can't hear
Are
you.
you hearing me?
We can't hear you.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, we hear him. We hear
Okay.
him.
Good evening to you and your panel.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see nothing wrong with the Constitution as it's now. The problem with the Constitution is not being exercised. That's the thing with the Constitution. There's so many things in the Constitution that helps and works. I can actually say that firsthand. Now, for instance, if you are in Jamaica now and you go to certain places like public space, and there is not a wheelchair access there for you to go in, people don't demonstrate about that. So the Constitution will never work for you if you don't demonstrate. It's the lack of demonstration of what you don't get that makes the Constitution login. The Constitution is a very beautiful piece of article. Believe me, it is. Okay, I'll give you a perfect example. My brother, he is disabled from the waist down. Couldn't get a driver's license in Jamaica. And you know what? He take it all the way to United Nations, and they change it because it's on the Constitution that he can.
Okay.
So there's nothing wrong with Constitution. No, you can't change something that you don't know about. So how you gonna know what you're gonna get?
Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, caller. I think I think you've made your point. So let's listen to Isaac now and hear what his take is on it. Thanks for the call.
Sure.
All right. Isaac, before you do that, answer the first question that the lady.
Yeah, the first question I actually did answer it. Like I said, next week is the deadline, as in when sometime next week, whichever day the 22nd is, would have been the day of retirement. There's a case before the court. We will see if those lawyers, in relation to the PLP, if they will file an injunction, and whether or not the Governor General will honor it, similar to precedents that's before the court, like the Jamaica Bar, the Jam Bar Association, where the Governor General didn't bring into effect by assent the law as is. So he probably will refrain from swearing her in, and that's the effect of that lawsuit until the matter is ventilated in the court. So that's the response to that. The conversation, as it is flowing, these things happen in real time as to why I am so adamant about the Charter, Chapter 3. And why it is important is because it governs how whatever government in whatever system, how it treats the people. As I was speaking to you, I got cut off because my clients, the Palmers, police has a search warrant for 83, and they go into 53, knowing very well that the Palmers live there. Yeah, Vibes Cartel's family live there, and they go in there and they're searching that gunmen and scammers live at the address, knowing that is not the right address. They just made sure that come next week, I have a good little money to end by Christmas time of taxpayers' money. So I got cut off to say, please don't argue with the very intelligent officers because they're giving you your Christmas money, because we are going to sue. Just do not get shot, don't die, take the badge numbers, write it down, video it, be very calm, be very sophisticated, and by sophisticated, put on your twang and said, Mr. Officer, could I get your number? Sound like a white person, so that when we play the video in the court, we use the same chapter 3 and the violation of the various rights, breach of family life, privacy of the home, the privacy of your cell phone, the illegal search and seizure, and get about as 5 people living there try to get $20 million in damages and trauma because the JCF in all their glory want to exercise powers outside of the state of emergency. That has to be what the people understand is important. And I speak like this and it sounds so casual, but when I get off tonight, I will be preparing the claim form to file in the court. And these are the things they do every day. You think it matters who the president is? The president gets to spend taxpayers' money for free. And the prime minister, whether it be Westminster or not, they spend taxpayers' money. How are you protected regardless of the government? Barbados became a republic and they're still at the Privy Council. Everybody's saying get rid of the Queen and get rid of the King. It's neither here nor there. We in Jamaica are simply too poor to be worried about symbolism right now. But that's just my opinion. The beauty of the Constitution is that you have a right to say that you want a government that reflects and looks like you and is treating you so you will be offended by a white man unlocking chains in a skit, because if it was a black person, it's one of we, so it's okay to stand over slaves in a picture or go to Kigali or go to South Africa and become the minister of tourism, queen mother of tourism, and you're white and you're wearing dashiki and cultural appropriation. That's all fine for Uno. I am the one who have to defend people every day. I'm the one who get the calls, and I'm saying if you take away the tools that protect the people, because I've been fighting them for years, for their entire administration so far, I have been fighting them and I have been winning. And I'm the one that's collecting the taxpayers' money when you violate the very rights that people are saying, why are you talking about this, and shut up. It's my duty to let you know what your rights are and your cousins and in the diaspora, the family that you left here. So if you don't understand that nothing else matters if this is not protected, that's how I have to speak on it. And I'm not hearing the conversation about protecting the people. We're just symbolically changing and increasing salaries for 63 people. I hear the gentleman, I don't know who he is because I got cut off, and he's talking about making one man a dictator. That man is not going to live for 100 years. Even if he gets his way, when he dies, another person will come up. Or if he loses the election, Mark will be the dictator that he contemplated. That's simply not how government works. And the Westminster system works in England and works everywhere in the Commonwealth. We need to be careful about what we say we're doing when we are too poor to be doing it.
Let me take this call. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes. Good evening to you and your panelists.
Good evening, sir.
I want to say that I'm really enjoying this conversation. You know, it's very interesting, right? And I say that because, you know, I was really looking forward to the discussion, and it pretty much went the way I anticipated it would. All right. Now, I say that because let me just start off by saying that my concept is that all answers are in our history. All answers are in our history. Right? That's the first thing. The second thing is, right, going to the old Jamaican saying, we're going by the morning, can't go good evening.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I don't agree with the saying, I want to say that anything that is founded on a false principle cannot stand up. And that's what happens with the Constitution of Jamaica right now. It was really came about out of a concept of fallacy. It did not come about with the people in mind. It did not come about to accommodate the people's development and moving forward. And for that reason, it came about to really maintain a status quo. And that is really what we're seeing with the Jamaican Constitution playing out. And that's why we keep playing around. And then we make references to other constitutions, which was done a similar way. Because the US Constitution, for example, is nothing to refer to, right? It is a flawed document. And the fact of the matter is that there has been over 30 amendments to the US Constitution. Only 28 have been ratified. And what happens as a result is that you keep seeing problems develop time and time again. Now, the problems develop because as people's experience, right, through up these problems, then they realize the flaw with the Constitution, right? But coming back to the Jamaican situation, the Jamaican people have no concept of what the Constitution is. Absolutely none. I don't think even the government has any concept of what the Constitution is, right? But the Constitution is simply a document that was put together, right? When we were being granted independence, as they call it, right? It was put together to maintain a status quo. And that's why we have things the way we have it right now, right? It would take me much longer to go into a deeper explanation as to what I mean. But just to give you a clear idea of what I'm talking about, right? Independence didn't mean, as it says, independence, because we have become more dependent than we were before, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were the ones dependent on us. We worked for them, right? All the profits from the industries went to the colonists. Now, after independence, what happens, right? The status quo remains, right? And it means that we have even become even more dependent on our old colonial masters, right? And added to them new colonial masters, right?
All right. So Patrick, hello. Got disconnected. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening to you and your panel. I want to piggyback off what that man said. You know, one of the biggest things with Jamaica is that we don't, as a people, we don't stand up for rules and laws to be spread out equally amongst all. If you take a look, when the Prime Minister did the anti-corruption bill, he specifically put in there that him and his cronies, they should be asked to resign, not prosecuted. If you go back and look at the Income Act, look in there, they have to ask the police to give them a statement so they can write. Everybody who we have in power to prosecute or to investigate, they have to report to the politicians. And if you look at some of the conversations that we're having, we should not be having them.
Mm-hmm.
Like this one blows my mind. How can we be having a conversation about the integrity committee when the committee are people who are being investigated, who are chairing themselves?
Mm-hmm.
How can we have a conversation where the person who is representing the union is a member of the Jamaica Labour Party and he's the leader of the union who is in a negotiation with the people for their salary?
All right. Well, let me ask you this. I hear you and I hear you loud and clear. I see where you're going. Do you have a specific question for us?
My specific question is, I see they're keeping town hall, right? When are the people, because when you write question like this, Mr. Prime Minister, we know that NEPA is in your office. When are you going to discuss the rights of the people that we have to go to the beach? Because you people are going around it by building a wall and we have to jump over the wall. Do we all have to go there and demonstrate so no tourists can go there? That hasn't been brought up yet in the town hall.
Yeah. Yes.
So that's my question.
All right. Thanks so much. Keep up the support.
Okay.
All right. John, what do you think about that? The last point he made was essentially saying that, you know, people need to attend these town hall meetings and they need to let the politicians know where the power is, who's in charge. And for example, the beach access rights, they should raise that and say, we want this in the Constitution. What are your feelings about that? Do we respond to what the mandate is of the CRC, or do we go there with our own mandate and say, listen, we know what you guys are doing, but it doesn't suffice. It doesn't address the issues that we want to address. Here are the issues we want you to address. What are your feelings?
No, we go there with our own mandate, 100%. But as I said before, the CRC aren't listening. And even if they are listening, in my opinion, again, when they go back to the government will take whatever documents they have and just put it aside, because, in my opinion, they've more or less written the Constitution that they want already. There's certain things that must be in the Constitution. I said protecting of our resources must be in the Constitution. But it won't be, because we know that, because bauxite is down to be given away until 2026. So we know there's certain provisions in the Constitution that won't change. As he said with our beaches, same thing. They're selling our land as we speak now for the all-inclusive to build more hotels. We have no protection.
All right, Herb?
I would love to see somebody step up to the plate and to offer up what has been going wrong over the last 7 years that these people have been in office, what has violated the current Constitution, and just make a decision that they're going to correct it. You know, we already did trial and error. That's pretty much what we have done. And having done the trial and error, now it's time to straighten out all the rules that need to be straightened out.
Hold on 1 second, please.
And you know, you sometimes you need a charismatic leader that can do things, and people don't even realize that the corrections are being made. But we don't have that. We don't have somebody leading from the front. We have people that are undermining the system constantly and are wreaking havoc on the minds and the people of Jamaica. Right? Enough is enough. We just need to start correcting things at this stage. We don't need to bring up anything new. If it's going to be new, it should be over time, and it should set the trend for the next 50 years. All right, that's my point of view.
All right, John. Somebody in the chat, they were saying that you should attend all of the town hall meetings and let your voice be heard. You know,
I've been to one.
Huh? I
went to the first one.
Okay.
In Montego Bay.
You should. There's somebody saying you should attend all of them. You know, but I said,
my response to the beach rights.
No, to the whole conversation about, you know, the Constitution itself, saying that some people are saying it's a wonderful document and we should keep it. Some people are saying portions of it are wonderful, but there are other parts that we need to trim. And then there's some people saying throw out the whole thing and just start all over.
No, so my thought about this is I don't think we need to throw out the whole thing. Our legislators, their ability to draft new laws without it, where if you think of what NIDS did and why we were in court because of NIDS. Am I being heard? Because I see right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Right. If you see what happened with NIDS when it came out, NIDS 1.0, a whole judgment, Justice Sykes had to write a whole judgment striking down NIDS. When you're gonna bring a new document, what you're really saying is that Jamaica at 60 years must born again and start over. That even if you're doing it by fresh, it cannot happen like that. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get a lot of heat for it. The government is a serial constitutional violator. This is worse than saying Saul has become Paul and march in Christianity. Your oppressors are the ones that saying we are going to change the constitution, trust us. Having said we need to violate your rights to run the country. We need to lock up and detain your brothers and sisters so we can have order in the country and run it how we want. We are having trouble. When we ask the opposition to abuse you, they don't agree. So we're going to just call it in 14 days and bridge the constitution. Trust us to give a new one, so that these are the things that we have to look at and say, the people who are now trying to give us a new constitution, can we trust them? The answer is no. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Not right now.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Caller, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Sir Ratty.
Yes, sir.
And the esteemed panel.
Yes, sir.
My thing on the Constitution, I think that Charter of Right part of it is a very beautiful piece. Right? That is something that we want to know, that we are able to, we are protected in the Constitution as a citizen of the country. But there are some aspects of it, like we have a Governor General that, well, I'm not sure if that is in the Constitution, but he enjoyed the full benefit of our country for doing nothing, because he is the chief of the Constitution, and he doesn't protect it one bit, does nothing about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because just the other day, when the opposite, the Labour Party could have come in a parliament, could push through a bill in a one night. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
That don't make the Constitution good for us. We supposed to be whatever supposed to be the Constitution, supposed to be there, that nobody, for no reason, can do anything without to the Constitution without a proper vetting of what they're adding to the Constitution. If what you're adding to the Constitution and what you're going to pull out of it is not protecting the rights of the people right across the board, nobody should be able to touch that document.
Well,
is it that too?
Well, here's the thing. It depends on the provision, because there are some provisions that you need a majority of the House to deal with. Then you have some provisions called entrenched, and then you have some of them called deeply entrenched. And for the deeply entrenched, you have to have a referendum plus 2/3 and so on and so forth. So once they have the votes, they can go ahead and do it. Now, is it the right thing to do? Not necessarily, but they, in their flawed wisdom, they're thinking that, look, here's how I look at it. There's so many things going on right now that the Constitution, like John says, that should be a slow process. If you're going to make a change, that should be a slow process. There are other things. People are going to bed. 2/3 of Jamaica right now, they go to bed every night, either hungry or ill-fed. Right?
Right.
We have problems with teachers. We have problems with national security. We have the problems. So I'm saying those are more immediate right now to people. Deal with some of those problems while you take a slow approach to the Constitution. But this hurry come up thing where they just come up and say, yeah, we're going to make the change, and it just strikes me as being very, very odd, and it strikes me as being uncaring. It strikes me also as being very political. It's almost like you're distracting people from what the real issues are. But that's just my personal opinion. But do you have a question for the panel?
No, I just want to highlight.
Or you just want to make a statement? All right.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, my brother. Thanks for your support. Let me jump on and grab this call. All right.
All right.
Okay. Caller, go ahead, please. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Rattigan, and hello to the panel.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that the constitution of any country is the top law, meaning any law bylaws created by any organization within the country must come in line with the constitution. It cannot abridge your right and it cannot infringe your right.
Right.
Now this constitution that we have, what I'm confused with is the ease with which the government used to amend the DPP's time and extend their time. Is it easier for them to also amend this constitution that way instead of going through this group of people who is supposed to do a referendum and all of that? If they can easily amend the thing, like how they did with the DPP stuff, then why bother go through all this what Isaac would say, this fornication with the constitution, this fondling of the thing. And like what Dr. Leonard said, why wouldn't it is the question is the problem, right? If the question is going to be either this constitution or the new constitution, and that is going to be the way in which people vote, then that is not good.
All right.
We need to force them to put a question, an up or down vote on the constitution, the new constitution.
All right. Point well made. All right. Continue to listen to the discussion.
Yeah, I have more to say, but I'm driving. Take care later.
All right. I see my good friends from Manhattan, they're calling. Oh, here they are. Hello. You're on Reason with Rattigan. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Rattigan. This is Devon Taylor.
Yeah, Doc. Talk to us.
Yeah, man. Greetings. Yeah, man. Very, very good reason, enjoying it because, JABEM, which is, of course, the Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement, have a vested interest in constitutional reform as it relates to beach access, river access, access to wetlands, access to mountain ranges, all these treasures of the land that not only bring, therapeutic and recreational, but have significant economic and, just rights of freedom, rights of access. So I want to really ask Isaac still regarding within, the charter that speaks about, movement, freedom of movement, and how is it that, the current climate in the country regarding movement to visit rivers that are now bordered off by private interests, to visit, beaches, that are now controlled by private interests. How does he see that sits, against the constitution that allows freedom of movement? Or is this freedom of movement in itself have restrictions and so is limited? So as we discuss the whole thing in context, we want to understand whether or not some of these rights needs to be strengthened. Some of the chapters moving in the right direction, but needs to be strengthened because there is a piece in there that speaks about ecological heritage. But yet still, the treasures of the land are privatized and now we can't access them. So we really need to understand freedom of movement, access to ecological heritage and how the constitution sits with that. Is this restriction that the government have in place now violating our rights?
All right. You know what, Devon, before you go, let me just add to that for ISAT. Let me just add the the Prescriptive Law of 1882 and the Beach Control Act of 1956. Let me just add those two pieces because they came before the Constitution, right? So what I would like to ask ISAT is your question in light of those two pieces of legislation.
Right. So here's my short answer to this. There are many assumptions that we take for granted in terms of the privatization of the beach is access from land to beach. Even though as we speak, if you were on your canoe, they can't prevent you from using the coastline because they don't own the coastline. What they have done is build on their land up onto where the border is actually the beach. What is happening is that the government is failing to have access points for you to get to, like the coastline. So if you can access it from Oche and walk the entire beach through Trelawney to Montego Bay, I'm just using you for example. The security can't prevent you from being on the beach. That's well established. In terms of the
Can I interject just to add a context to that?
Yeah.
And the context is that National Environmental Planning Agency have awarded more than 275 leases to the beaches. Not only their leases to the beaches, but their hotels in Jamaica, such as Sanders, are building structures over water. So when we talk about, that these spaces are vested in the crown, the government is actually leasing these places, to hoteliers, and they're leasing columns of water out in the sea to build hotels, and they are building resorts in the sea. So no one can no longer verge over these because the government now is using its power. We want to understand, is it legal or illegal?
No, so my first answer to that would be no. And that's the beauty of the Constitution, is that you can challenge it. You're presenting information that the average man would not have known. You're presenting information, so with that information, one is able to say, well, you have gone outside of your remit. Because one of the things about access, and even when the government have land, is the crown who own land, and the crown, you see the crown and the emancipated government, respectfully. I don't want to get me in trouble. But it's because I know it's only the crown own land. When I see the emancipated government doing what they want to do, which is why everybody call about make we do our own thing, you need to be careful, because what they are doing is ratifying a lot of illegality, and everybody in the name of I am black and I want my own, and Prince Charles don't do nothing, King Charles don't do nothing, but you don't have a problem with him. But anyway, that being said, if you are making statements like that, even where the lease agreement is concerned, we use the access to information, find out the parameters of the agreement, because a lot of times when you lease the land, it is subject to the rights of others. And there are easements and all of these things that is by virtue of use. So even what is happening in St. Thomas, I haven't gotten into that situation, because everybody have different advocates that can distribute their time. But the point I'm making, sir, is that there's so many violations going on right as we speak, that if we don't use the Constitution through advocacy to assert those rights and get the necessary declaration, it will seem that the document don't work. But lo and behold, and I'm glad this is being recorded, is if a new constitution is passed with a referendum, just remember this, is a new constitution with the same old people ignoring it as it was.
And that's why.
And no matter how we make laws, we assume there are so many laws on the books outside of the Constitution that protect your rights. And I read it, and that's why I said people are begging you to listen to me, because I hear a caller basically telling me I must shut my mouth because it's much ado about nothing. But I'm going to read it for you again. It says this. I crave your indulgence because I don't want to miss it, because we were talking about it.
By the way, who approved the building of those buildings? Columns
there are assumptions that they are approved.
Right.
Okay. So we need to establish that first and foremost.
And make assumptions that these things are approved. He has said something to me that was not in the public space. We need to use the ATI. But here, let me just say it. Please give me the space to just say this. The chapter applies to all laws and binds the legislator, the executive, and all public authorities. If the people who are to give effect to the laws and the Constitution as it is written. The Constitution, that you give life to it by asserting your rights, and the people give life to it by respecting it. Whether we have a new constitution or old constitution, if they're breaching it, and it's not being justified in breaching it, it's gonna be, that will be much ado about nothing. So in terms of what you're talking about, to access to the beach and building on the ocean and preventing access to the coastline and all of those things, we need to, it may be a breach of the environmental rights that we have that are that is within the Constitution, as broad as it seems, because we are being deprived of our ecological existence by being bordered into the island. And I complain all the time. Not only are they taking the bridges, they are building the roads and cutting through and leaving people by the wayside to mask the embarrassment that is the reality of how people are living.
And you say, Isaac,
right there.
And you say, if you read what or if you combine what you just read with chapter 1,
yes,
section 2, it's very clear that once they start violating the rights, right, people must seek judicial relief. And the problem is that people don't seek judicial relief, and sometimes people don't have money for judicial relief. So I'm making a plea now for all of those out there seeking judicial relief, that you need to come to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, because that is the foundation that is going to go after the government like never before, through several avenues, to force compliance, because the government will not comply just based on people talking. Just, we're talking now and they're listening, but they're not going to comply. The only time they're going to comply is once you start seeking judicial relief, once you start doing your public relations campaign, once you start looking into people's background. That's when they'll start acting in compliance. But other than that, no. Devon, go ahead. Before anything else before you go?
No, I mean, we want to follow through on this. And Rattigan, that we are serious, and we have 4 cases in the court, and we are moving in the direction. This is why the constitutional thing is very important to us. But some of these, and this is just granular details, some of these licenses that they grant are exclusive and carry exclusion criteria for the public.
Right.
And for, building structures in oceans, these you have to get planning order and permission through regulatory arms in NEPA, that sits in the office of the Prime Minister. So we view these things are deeply corrupt, and we talk about, people addressing them and dragging them in the court. But one of the things that job them experience out there is that these are undue burden on the citizens of the country who normally is just not privy to the information. And as I pointed out early, what the Constitution allows is just education up to the primary level. So when we are dealing with a set of people who just by design have just not reached that level of competency in understanding things, it creates so much undue burden. And that, me think, within itself, is state violence against its people in a very sophisticated way. So what I'm begging for really still, is for the learned ones who are among us, who cite them things, to just offer themselves forward to really bring forward a solution. And the One Jamaica Foundation thing, you don't know, we're into it, and we are the 4 part. But may I beg your audience who is out there listening on, who have them skill set here, who have resources, to just join up in the fight, because what we are fighting, we're not really fighting against partisan like party. What we're fighting against is system of oppression that was designed to hold down the descendants of enslaved Africans. And we need to really, decolonize ourselves in structurally ways that benefit our people. And that may have to really contribute towards the reason.
Thanks, my brethren. Big up yourself. All right. Somebody just said, big up. We need to big up the chat, whole heap of likes we need. But here's the thing, people, as Devon just said, what we have to understand is that there are some issues out there that cross party line, cross color line, cross all kinds of line. And one of them, beach access issue. Whether you're from uptown, downtown, round town, unless you're the owner of a resort, you're going to agree with us that every Jamaican should have the God-given right to go on the foreshore anywhere in Jamaica and in the water, regardless of who owns beachfront property. And this is not something that's alien or foreign. This is something that's going on throughout the Caribbean. Jamaica is one of the few countries where if you buy beachfront property, you control that, and the population the population, they have no right to walk in front of your property or swim in front of your property. How can we have this happen in Jamaica when we have something like the prescriptive rights of, I think it's 1882, and we have the Beach Control Act? Not only that, I don't know how many people know that the Prime Minister is central to this, that he can meet with the people in charge, and with the stroke of a pen, he can change all of this. But will he change it? Because the problem is that a lot of these resort owners, they are strong supporters of the party. And so he has to make a decision now. Do I go against them and lose their support while I get the support of my people? Or do I continue with them? And the hell with people. People will understand. Lion calling again. Lion, go ahead, please. Lion. Hello?
Yes, man.
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Panels,
Yes.
just
I call you.
continue.
I call in again. Is the show still up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead, man.
I have a question to ask the panel. I don't know if ISAT want to address it first or Herb. You are in a situation now, like we are in now. We are in a situation. We have a constitution that is operating and function somewhat. We are approached by two set of men. Each of them have several tall up behind them, meaning they're heavily armed men. And they come to you and say, look, we have the solution for the country. Would you trust them and say, okay, we're going to give you a try? Tell me, please.
Are you talking about the heavily armed to the point where they can overthrow the government?
Heavily armed, rather, to the point that you have right now a prime minister and leader of the opposition. The two leaders of the country both have a garrison community, which actually is a militia. They are armed areas. So a war, we're actually living in a war. Do we feel as if at any time we should trust these persons? We're being ruled by the gun.
Yeah, but there's one easy way, and I brought it up before in a different program. This same program, but a different date. If that chief of defense staff says, look, everybody is violating the Constitution, nobody is following what the Constitution says, and she says, I'm going to lay down the law for now. And she sends a team down to Gardner House, takes it over. She sends another team to the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition residence and lock them in there, house arrest. And she says, okay, the ministries will continue to function. And all of these offices in the Prime Minister's office that has fallen down on the job and allow all of this to occur, we're going to straighten this out. And she applies the Constitution as it was intended. Question then becomes, would we have a need then to change the Constitution? Because if we change the Constitution, we know these guys are not going to follow it. We know they're going to play games. So we can play the game of changing without changing, or we can play the game of enforcing. And the best enforcer is the military. So of course, the US and the UK would step in and say, okay, we're going to give you a year or two to iron this stuff out, but then you have to go back to civilian rule. That's how the game is played. I've seen it played in Africa.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So
I must agree with you that you have to get rid of the players, because it's the players that are the problem.
Right.
So no matter what rules you come with or how you change the game, if they decide to be unfair from the get-go, it doesn't matter what you come with. So let's not talk about changing the rules of the game. Get rid of those characters that have been ruling Jamaica, that every 4 years it requires bloodletting in the form of what they call an election. So we are been ruled by some papa ducks and baby ducks that require bloodletting sacrifices in order to perpetuate their rule. We have to call it a spade as it is.
All right.
But I always split justice. I don't care how much you hate the leaders of this country. None of them have gone.
It's not about that.
Just allow me to say something. And the hate that I'm using that's the thing I love about Jamaica. When we hate people, we verbally hate people but love them anyway. And that's one of the things that emotional intelligence is important, because no matter how draconian the current prime minister is, it hasn't given rise to any need for a coup, any need for a revolution that heads will roll. It hasn't reached there. What I can say is this, in answering your question, is garrison politics is our problem. We don't need to change our constitution. We simply need to change our leaders. And that can be done by vote. That can be done by educating the people. Whether they, if, and I said it before, if they leave, if
well,
it's breaking up.
No, he went off here.
Yeah, I'm not hearing him.
I think he's re-endorsing the current system, Lion. And I think he says you have to trust the system.
And this is where it is sad. You don't want to in a discussion as if you're supporting or promoting law and order, because how come law and order is synonymous with the JLP and PMP? They represent the opposite, chaos. What we know is law and order.
Right.
And we must be very firm in how we address it. We cannot be pussyfooting around the points and looking squarely at the problem before us and not identifying it. The issue that we have right now is that the system that is there, they're even violating this constitution, however many flaws or goodness it might have.
Mm-hmm.
If a Rattigan didn't make an ATI, and if it wasn't public, and if he wasn't a lawyer and retired FBI, he wouldn't be having this kind of response. But now it has become public, the floodgate has been opened, other persons now have the access. The system must have been flawed from the beginning. We are at a juncture right now that we have to say, look, we are being ruled by tyranny. Forget the fact that you can take a bus and take a plane. Some prisons just have more space in them than some.
All right.
That's not the problem.
All right, my brother. We'll talk soon.
I said you never finished your point. You know, you went dark.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to public education, we must accept something, and I'm advocating for the very power of the charter. This very charter, and I talk about it. The charter is why I can be a lawyer. The charter is why I can run my mouth, and when people are upset, they can cuss me back. There's nothing more beautiful than seeing freedom of expression and your ideas. And there are countries where people speak and they're murdered. The freedom of the press is real, even if we are free to say that some of it is state media. And if it wasn't for Rattigan, we wouldn't be able to disseminate information the way we do. If there wasn't an Andre Stevens, we wouldn't be able to critically assess and criticize. But the freedom to do that is something that we mustn't lose sight of. And all I'm saying is that public education and inviting persons, you don't have to agree with me or take what I am saying, is just that the document is there. And you just need to Google the charter. You need to look at what your rights are, because it starts with you. In America, they had Black Lives Matter. In Jamaica, I'm going to start by saying you matter. Until you understand that you matter, all this talk it will be nonsensical, because you don't know what your rights are. And then the gentleman who was speaking, saying about Mr. Rattigan and his ATIs, and Mr. Rattigan wasn't a lawyer. There are lawyers who we don't know about that's fighting in the trenches every single day. I have sued the Minister of Education. I've sued the Minister of Security. I've sued the Minister of Justice. I've sued the Prime Minister. I've sued every single person. I sue every time something happens. You sue. You sue the police. You sue the Attorney General. You sue, and litigation goes through the court. All that signals is that there's a problem with how the constitutional rights are being breached daily. And if it matters to the people, it is something that must be answered at the polls. That's all. That is all I can say to the people, and that has to be important, because it is the least of among us that the rights are affecting poor people. Right. And we say it all the time, and Rattigan used to joke with me when we were on the Andre show, when I said, listen, I'm okay. If you even write 100 articles about me and you try to suppress my freedom of expression, I still am okay. I can go buy my food. I am okay. Yeah, and I drive on the roads at the uptown. I can go in my car and drive on the new road that the Prime Minister told me. I don't even have to pay toll. So I can get to where I'm going. These things, I just want to get it in the head. I'm not bragging. I'm not showing off. I'm saying when people matter to you, all of this means nothing when other people can't enjoy Jamaica. So I see somebody in the comments said, I go to Barbados and the people are enjoying the beach. Jamaica is not even a place where we think of the Jamaican people enjoying the beach anymore. So we know what the problems are. We know that they've made Jamaica into the tourist attraction and the track and field and the reggae music, when the reggae music making sense. And we have to get about that. Jamaica is more than that, and the people are the gold of Jamaica. So when somebody says you're having constitutional reform and you're not signaling to me, we're doing this, but don't worry, we're not touch your rights. We want a president, but what do you think, people? We're not touch your rights. How should the president serve you? Not where should the president live? Not should we make them this or should we make that? Asking the people. Without this discussion, I think it's disingenuous. I think it's dishonest, because what we have is a constitution that's working and frustrating the government from abusing you. And they are doing it anyway, but to just a set of people.
Hold on one second, nice. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for being patient, by the way. Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Yeah, go ahead, caller.
Right, thank you. So, yes, Sandals does have structures built in the water, and I think they have, because I've been there a bunch of times. I think they have, I don't know if it's nylon or some type of fabric that goes deep out, a pretty good distance out into the water. And I think a simple check with the building department probably would tell if those structures are built with permit. And I think Mr. Buchanan is right that people just see it and assume that, well, yeah, they must have a permit for it, but we don't know about that. The other thing that I see there, I see Mr. Buchanan. I think he believes that most of the Constitution should be retained, or all of it, and Mr. Lennon thinks that maybe the whole thing should be thrown out. Maybe what they should do, since the Constitution doesn't have a lot of content to it, it's pretty small compared to other countries' Constitution, they should probably sit down together and go over the different things and see what they agree on, what they disagree on, see what should stay or what should be retained. But what I wanted to talk about was what you guys spoke about earlier this afternoon. That so the PNP has eight members in the Senate, and the GLP, I believe, they 13, right? So how did obviously the GLP was able to re-extend the contract of the DPP? I believe the vote was 11-5 with 11 GLP and 5 PNP. Where were the other 3 PNPs?
That's what Isaac was well, he didn't allude to it, he mentioned it, but I'll let him address it.
Give me a second, let me finish my point. So
sure,
where were the other 3 PNPs?
Did he go?
Might have seemed like he just cut off.
Willie's frozen.
Oh,
You can tell if he's still on, Will.
Will is frozen.
Yeah, right. Will is frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen.
Yeah. Were you gonna respond to him, Isaac?
All right, thanks, caller. All right.
Back.
Yeah,
Will,
he didn't finish his thoughts. I don't know what exactly I'll be answering. But in terms of what I heard the part about sitting together, like I said, what I bring to the table is the charter, which is important to me. I am of the belief, and I always get a lot of criticism for this, but I think apart from the people, Jamaica needs to retain its flag so that it represents out on the world stage. I think we could survive if we never even had a government, but that's just my take. So all that other stuff outside of protecting the citizens' rights is much ado about nothing. And
right. Let me ask you this.
That's my point.
Can you just answer the question about how is it that they were able to
Oh, that part. Right. So remember, the particular amendment is 2/3 of the majority sitting at the time.
So why weren't they seated at the time?
Sitting. So the persons who are absent doesn't count.
Well, why? But the question I think he's asking, is how could a significant issue like this, you have people knowing the full implications, how could they be absent?
No. There's no full implications. That is why they're in court now, and that's what the people must appreciate, because we like to blame. The Senate is sitting. You say to your members, make sure you come. You're aware that one particular senator, I won't call her name, shouldn't even say the gender. You knew she was in Africa. It's public knowledge because you're the government. And you, while on the Senate floor, you say, point of reference.
And then you do the
All
vote.
people need a chance. And I want to bring to you and let you know. And then you say, and then the opposition says, but we have people absent. You never give us heads up. You spring this on us like a thief in the night, and you say, shut up, we have the majority, it's a pass anyway, it's necessary. Right. That's what happened.
All right. Well, I just want to bring people's attention to something called the Prescription Act of 1882. I referred to it earlier, and the Beach Control Act of 1956. And this is what Devon, the president of JABEM, was talking about. When you read especially the Beach Control Act of 1956, you'll find that if the Prime Minister was really, really serious about granting unfettered access to the beaches for all Jamaicans, he could easily do it. And even under the Prescription Act, where they say, hey, if you can prove that that this particular beach was used by people for more than, I forgot the period, it's 20 years, then they have a right to use it. And even though they're making the argument, the government is just, I don't know, the government has just taken like a laid back attitude, but I think we know why. And I'll say it again, because some of these resort owners are the biggest supporters of the prime minister, and so he cannot afford to get them vexed. So he's looking at it like it's a 9-day wonder, it will go away. These people, with although small in number, they have a lot of money. I'm talking about the PSOJ types. And so he's thinking, well, the masses, they'll just make a big stink and then they'll go away, and that's the end of that. But this issue is not going to go away. As long as we're around here, it's not going away. Now, John, the man with the fancy accent, people are asking for you to jump in and say something. So go ahead with the fancy accent, sir.
I wanted to ask Isaac about taxpayers' money and how does if the Constitution protects taxpayers' money. Because I recall in the 2021 budget, Nigel Clark was interviewed on CVM, and he said something about the fiscal responsibility law. Now, I'd like to know where that law came from, because is it in the Constitution that they can just spend the people's money as they see fit, because they've signed up to agreements with the IMF and the World Bank without they've never asked the people anything about how they're going to handle our money. So they've got this fiscal responsibility law, which is actually irresponsible. And I want to know how you marry the two together, because it's irresponsible. Because the IMF wants us to save our money and put it all in the reserves instead of investing it and taking all our public infrastructure off the grid, which we can do, and we pay for itself in, say, 4 years. So it's obviously better to invest than to save in this respect. So I want to know how they marry up the fiscal responsibility law with the Constitution.
All right. I'm glad you asked me this question.
You excited me?
Listen me good. IMF. You got that? KFC. You hear it? 6 piece, big deal, with a little RUM. It make you move like this. Sometimes you get a little 20,000 and you sell your vote and you give up your rights, and you can put in anybody. You can put in educated, uneducated, general, white, black, red, brown, all the names, all the discrimination. And when you vote them in, you give them the right, because you said, we trust you and we want you to lead us into the future or into hell. It's just a matter for you. So you can't complain when you have your vote and you don't vote. But I promise you this, there's a conference going on tomorrow. Little KFC I got there, little pan chicken, little RUM. Everybody feel nice. They might hear the message or they might not hear the message. There might be a message or there might not be a message. But when you vote and it's only 20% of the vote, the 80% says shut up when the money is being spent. The polls come out, one says 37%, they love the prime minister that much, and the opposition is 25. There's a 6% difference. You've heard the polls. When the time comes, are you enumerated? Are you on the list? Will you vote? Because if the next election come and only 20%, and the referendum come and is only 20%, it is the people who vote that makes the difference. The power is within the vote. So all that technical stuff is government business. So when your finance minister come and said, this is what I did, it's because you voted his prime minister in and he chose who he wants as a finance minister. If you want something different, have those conversations with the erudite people on the CRC, that's what they call themselves, and ask them to say, we should choose who the finance minister is. We should ensure that he's more competent than the Minister of Education, who is actually the person with the education for finance and is very bright, but is the education minister, or if you even want those people to still be the government. That is where the problem is. But after they're in government, if we get a prime minister tomorrow and him say, listen, street dance every day and carnival for the summer for the next 5 years, you're going to have to take that for the 5 years.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the IMF agreement, which Mark Golding, he oversaw it. In an interview with Wayne Lawson, he spoke about it, that he was there looking at the document and he signed off on it. It's not a case of jail, it's not a JLP or
He's not
PNP.
in government now, though.
No, but I'm talking about the IMF agreement. I'm not talking about government. I'm talking about the IMF agreement and the fiscal responsibility law, which is a law that was enacted in 2011. 2011, it came on the books without any knowledge from the people. It's the first I ever heard about it was in 2021. A law, and it can't be law. It's some kind of legislation anyway. It can't be law.
All right. While you ponder that, Isaac, let me just grab this call. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry for switching gears, but this question has been bothering me since last week, and it's regarding SSL. And since you're on a financial subject, I was just wondering. So basically, it's two questions. So,
hello.
Did she get cut out?
No. She's reconnecting.
no,
Go ahead with the questions, please.
right. It's regarding SSL. So far, the investigation has shown that they have thieved more money, and it's from more money they've stolen from, and it's been going on a long time, right? Now, the genius minister went across the Great Divide, went to UK and get the great Sherlock Holmes financial detective. But what I wanted to know is, to date, have they even traced or, tracked?
Hello.
She's probably going to ask if they've traced or tracked where the money went to. The only thing that they have announced recently is instead of 40 people being ripped off, it's now over 70.
She's back. Hold on one second. Please go ahead and finish with the question.
Right. So, have they tracked at least one Jamaican dollar, or at least seized it? Right. You see how the U.S. approached the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask me, the proceeds of crime would not be the best place to go seize the assets, or seize and liquidate the assets from what they have found. And the next question about that slush fund that they found with this
Proceeds of
thing
Crime
with
Act.
Crime Act, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. How has any of it been used as a part of law enforcement budget in terms of like MOCA or the JDF? That's what I want to know, because to me, that would be better used in that respect versus keeping the light on in SSL. So I've been sorry to change subject, but it's been bothering me since last week, since nobody found not even a dollar as to date. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Now, I'll leave it up to you, gentlemen. I have my own views, but I want to hear from you guys.
Mine is short.
Go ahead, please.
Usain Bolt is getting his face on the $100 bill. I think the rest of Jamaica should just sit down and shut up. Usain Bolt is going to be on the $100 bill. Thank you.
Okay. Herb.
The thing that is still bothering me, like, this lady is right in every aspect. There are people, 40, now over 70 different people who've been ripped off, and they have not been identified whether they're from the UK or from the US or from Canada. Because if they're from those countries, the question then would those the investigative agencies of those countries, would they be invited in to join the investigation? All right, I'm getting some feedback. All right. So if you can get the nationalities of the other people who have been ripped off. And if they're from the US, naturally you would want to get the FBI, HSI in there. If they're, let them complain to the national authority, law enforcement authority in the US, which I would assume is the FBI. And they could come with some kind of investigative team, and they don't even have to come down. They can do a lot of stuff via their magnificent computers. They can really probe, do deep dives, check out father, son, and past CEOs. They can look at everybody, and they can then determine who they're going to pursue as being responsible, and who has been so well rewarded themselves over the past 7 to 10 years. But we have to get somebody else in there that will give us transparency, right? And with transparency then comes accountability. And this is why people are second guessing what's going on right now, because there's no transparency. And the government doesn't want to give the transparency because they don't want, if things are looking bad, they don't want people to say, hey, this is bad. So they think that they can keep you in the dark and then don't give you an answer, and then we're going to forget about it. We're going to, it doesn't concern us, but we weren't ripped off. Usain Bolt and 70 other people were. But the idea that there are basking in the sun over double B minus rating and say, oh, we're going to get all the loans we can get that we need, that we want in a few years because our credit rating has improved, right? No, your reputation is in the dirt, and your reputation is bad. And right now, we're going through a lot of stuff on that island where the banking system is charging people all kinds of fees left and right and shutting people's accounts down, all because they want to see where you work in the last 5 years or how much money you're making. They want all these declarations, but they have not properly kept up with banking requirements that the US is imposing on them. And the US is doing this because there's just too much money laundering going on in Jamaica. But if we're going to play that game, what's good for the goose should be good for the gander. That means those very government ministers who have been enriching themselves and who have the responsibility for SSL and for the other ripoffs that are going on, those are the people that need to be examined. Those are the people that we should insist pass the smell test first before they go smelling other people's stuff. That's my 10 cents worth.
John?
How much money went missing from SSL? 20 million. 20 million?
It's
20 million US?
now, John. With the additional people, there's a lot more money. They just haven't said. They haven't given us a figure.
All right. Well, when you look at, I mentioned it before, it's chicken feed when you consider what's happening in the country and you look at the debt. Every month we're forking out in the region of 160 million US. 160 million US to pay a debt that isn't going down. And I think that's what we need to be looking at.
Regarding the go ahead, Herb.
No. I was gonna say I fully agree with that, John. The bigger fish to fry, and the bigger fish is big items, bauxite. What's happening with bauxite? What's the truth behind bauxite? How many people are suffering because of bauxite? How much money can the government obtain to put into a health fund to get relief to these people? for what they're going through. How much money can they get to do the cleanup? These are the big ticket items that have been ignored. And yes, we're worried about SSL, and we're now taking taxpayers' money to pay SSL people instead of shutting the place down, freezing everything, and doing an audit. That's what should have been done from the get-go. But you're
All right.
right. You're absolutely right. Well,
Let me just hold on a second. Let me. Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, question. When will we hear the names of the 6 people that they're investigating? When will we hear about those names?
All right.
Thought you would have heard long ago.
All right. The investigative report and the prosecutor's report, they were submitted this past Monday, I believe, for tabling. So then it's up to the Speaker of the House as to when that will be tabled. I don't know if it's going to be sent to the oversight committee, but all I can tell you is that the Integrity Commission has done its work. It's out of their hands right now. So it's up to the parliamentarians as to when the results of the investigation will be provided to the public.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Let me go back to the previous caller. She asked 2 questions. One was about the results of the investigation, because she said, have we recovered a single dollar yet? And the other one was having to do with this proceeds of crime fund. Now, first question, results of investigation. It is quite telling that the Minister of Finance, he got up when I think it was in January of this year when the story broke. And let me interrupt my thoughts and just take this call. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Your 3 extinguished panelists.
Can't hear you. Hold on a second. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I guess I wasn't able to finish my point. Herb, John.
Oh, yes, sorry about that. You got disconnected. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. What I wanted to say, or one more thing I wanted to say, was when Peter Phillips was the opposition leader, he also was up in arms over the DPP getting an extension. And how did she get an extension when they had, again, 13 GLP to 8 PNP senators? I don't know. Maybe Isaac can explain that.
Right.
The other thing I wanted to say is there should be some change to the Constitution. I mean, we're talking about fixed election date, impeachment, and term limits. There got to be some changes to it. Those things will give the people more power and give the politicians less influence. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. I said you want to, and then while there are people asking for your number. John, there are people asking about your number in the chat. So if you want to put your number in there, go ahead, Isat.
Oh yeah, so let me start by that. You are correct. The then opposition leader, Dr. Peter Phillips, he objected, and the process was properly followed. She had reached the end of her term by her age, and at that time, after consulting with Dr. Phillips, who made public his objection, the Prime Minister recommended, and the Governor General, in keeping with the Constitution, made the extension. She was given her extension, and she carried out her extension, which ends, I think, next week, Friday. I haven't been counting because it's not a personal thing for me, but I think next week, Friday, would have been the end. But in anticipation, with many unresolved issues, I think that they found a way to circumvent that. And the issue now is whether or not, even with the passing of this legislation, which is the constitutional amendment, whether or not retroactive application would apply to the sitting DPP. So that would be the answer to that question. So many things are before the court, and it will be interesting to see how justice moves in relation to this circumstance.
All right. Let me go back to the first question. The results of the investigation. The lady said that they, whether or not they've recovered a single dollar. Now, the finance minister got up and openly proclaimed in January of this year that he was seeking. He talked about the fraudulent activity in a general way, and he said that they were seeking international help to deal with this issue. Now, and he also mentioned
on that occasion, or maybe the occasion after that, he mentioned about the FBI being or coming and they're actually working in Jamaica. I don't think that to be the case based on my experience as an FBI agent. Nothing I saw convinced me that the FBI had a team devoted to SSL. I just didn't see that. Hold on one second. Caller, go ahead, please.
Good evening. You know, this SSL thing here is a joke. I'm gonna say that it's a joke. I'm not a bright person. Really not bright.
Then why do you say it's a joke? You're a comedian? Because if you're not bright and you say it's a joke.
Because
tell me why it's a joke.
Because I don't think my investigation are gone.
What's the basis for saying that?
If all you can come up with for when January till now, if all you can come up with to tell us that about the investigation is that we move the investigation from 40 to 70. Waste of time.
What would you
right now?
Let me ask you this. Let's have a discussion here. We don't have much time, but let me ask you, what would you have liked to hear?
First of all, from my point of view, the workers from SSL is not supposed to be in the building. Cannot touch nothing in the building. Not supposed to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Number two, if you have an investigation arm of the JCF, whatever agency you have in there, those agents are supposed to be the one who putting out the report.
Mm-hmm.
And the report is supposed to be coming out fast and speedy, a little bit more speedy, with a little bit more venom that it is now.
Mm-hmm.
You can have the only little thing we hear on it is from the financial minister.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Those you having the SSL workers in the building, first red flag. You can't be investigating something and have the accused be a part of the investigation.
Well, the workers are not accused of anything so far.
Yeah?
The workers, the people there, they're not accused of anything.
But they work there, so already so they're supposed to be first suspect.
Mm-hmm. What?
They're supposed to be the first suspect.
They're supposed to be the first suspect. Well, maybe they've been cleared. We don't know.
Well, we don't hear that.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
No, here's the thing. I agree with you. I agree with you that if I were conducting this investigation, those people working there, they would be gone, long gone.
And I don't know. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, I don't know why them take Jamaican people for fool. I don't know why they take Jamaican people to live back in the 50s or whatever used to go to school.
Right.
I would never have any access to information.
Right.
I don't know why they are doing this to us. Right? And nobody is saying much about it. Because they want this too to be a 9-day wonder.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what. Go ahead, please.
We are telling them that this one is not going to go down like the rest.
All right.
The education minister probably half the hook because you don't know film case. Petro Jam would hear about Petro Jam.
No man, everything in due course, man. Just be patient. Everything in due course. Make your contribution and watch the action. All right.
All right.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself now. Be well. Caller, go ahead, please.
Hello, good afternoon, Rattigan on your panel.
Yes,
just
sir.
A quick thought.
Yes.
Is it possible that the situation with the DPP is not so much about the current DPP, but to frustrate the people who are right below her so they can leave? And then the Prime Minister can get somebody who is much younger, say in the late 30s, who will be there a longer time to protect him.
That's a novel argument. It's the first time I've heard it, but I won't dismiss it. It's possible. Here's something else I'll throw out to you. Isn't it possible also that now we have 6 people coming before the Parliament, and the assumption is that the corruption prosecutor she's going to or she's made declarations to
recommendation,
to move forward with the investigator is the one who made the recommendation, and then she will either accept or reject prosecution. Okay. So if she's going to move forward with the prosecution, isn't it plausible that no, if you have a DPP that's beholden to you, that DPP could say, and I'm just saying, just throwing it out there, I'm not saying that this DPP is going to do it, but isn't it possible? Isn't it plausible that this is something that they could have strategized, that hey, you know, we have somebody who's going to be beholden to us, and if the DPP says I am not going to prosecute, guess what? That's the end of the story. The DPP.
So that would be the end of the story forever, even with a new DPP, if she leaves, say, in another 2 years or so.
Well, we would have to ask, as I said, about reopening a case. But I know once the DPP says I'm not prosecuting, then that's the end of the matter. There.
Yeah, and I know. Yeah, she can do that.
Yeah, but I don't know. I said, if that's a reasonable question. If the DPP decided not to prosecute the 6, even though the investigator recommended and the corruptions prosecutor said, okay, I'll move forward. I find that there's enough evidence to move forward to the prosecution. And if this DPP says, that's it, shut down, we're not going to prosecute, she's out. Can a new DPP, 2 years or whatever the time period coming on board, say, I'm going to reopen the case?
No.
Double jeopardy.
No, it's not even a matter of double jeopardy. What happened, and I'm saying no because in practice what we've seen is that the powers under Section 94 is so it's equal, it's up par to a judge. For instance, I don't know if the diaspora is aware of the Nzinga case. This is the Rastafarian girl whom she was trimmed, or her hair was removed mysteriously while in lockup. Well, the file was put together and enough information was there where the remit of the court, meaning a prima facie case, is made out, but the DPP, with her powers, took a look at the file and decided that even with the evidence, the forensic evidence, she took a view of the forensic evidence that the young lady pulled her hair out by herself. And so therefore, she wouldn't put it before a judge to have a jury make that determination. She made it herself, and that's the end of the matter. Okay. It ends with her power and the office, and I'm speaking about the office now in relation to these matters.
Right, not the
person. To these matters. The office, as in the constitutional creature, her power is, her or his power is so powerful that she can veto even the corruption prosecutor. And if she takes it over and said the matter is done, that's it, we move on.
Right. I'll tell you something that's even interesting. In the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, I forgot the section, but it speaks to the fact that even if the corruptions prosecutor declines prosecution, the DPP can step in and say, no, I am going to prosecute. We were hoping that she would have done that in the case, at least with the people from the Ministry of Education in the investigation involving the Prime Minister, where the original one said she didn't have enough evidence to move forward the prosecution of the Prime Minister, but she said there was enough evidence to move forward against the other people, but because of what's the term they used?
Abuse of process.
Right, that she wouldn't. No, the DPP could have stepped in and said, no, I am going to prosecute, but she didn't. So that's where we are.
Right, before I leave, you see that abuse of process thing, there is a precedence in our law for that, She prosecuted a case of a girl who was sexually molested when she was a minor. And when she became an adult, I think she was in her 30s or something, she came back and the DPP prosecuted the case. And the lawyer was challenging it challenging the conviction on the basis that it was an abuse of process. And the judge has ruled that in certain cases it's so significant that the abuse of process thing doesn't apply. I think it's Chin or something. I don't know. I have to look. She explained that on Dan Jackson's program. I think I'd looked it up. But she had explained, a lawyer, there's already a precedent that if the thing is so significant, the abuse of process thing does not apply to it.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find. I think it was called like Chin versus something. I'll see if I can find it and see if I can say. Is this line something that I can text to?
I beg your pardon?
Is this the line, the number that I'm calling on? Is it like I could send a text message with like the name of the thing?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. All right.
All
So
right,
if
no
I find it, I'll text it to you.
Thanks a lot. Much
And thanks for the work you do.
All right, man, no problem. All right, now turn off the phone now, because we have to kind of finish up now. But let me just address the 3 points that I outlined earlier. The results of the investigation. Now, the Minister of Finance came out and he said all whatever he said. Now, here's where I think he made his mistake. He has said time and time again that he's a policy person. And if you're a policy person, you stay in the policy lane. There is no reason for you to get involved in the investigative lane. So what he should have done, he should have said, listen, I'm a policy person. I'm responsible for the health, the financial health of the country. And there is a financial institution that's under investigation. And I'm here to provide whatever support I can to the investigation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I give you to Dr. Chang, who is in charge of the Minister of National Security, responsible for the investigation, or our Minister Chuck, right? And that's where he should have left it. But the moment he crossed over and started talking about investigations, and I've heard him say that he's pursuing an investigation and he wants to get to the bottom of it. The moment you start doing that, you're gonna get into trouble. So, for example, people start asking, well, if the investigation is going on, well, where's the FBI? And this Kroll Forensics out of London, who are they working with? Have they done a report? What about CTOC? The CTOC chief, McLaughlin, he said that the FBI was not on the ground and they wouldn't be on the ground unless there was a need for them, because the local police force, they could handle the investigation. They have the experience. And the minister came out and said that no, there was some kind of miscommunication there and so on and so forth. It's kind of surprising that we haven't seen the FBI and we haven't heard anything about about the status of the investigation, except to say that now it's moved from 40 accounts to 70 accounts. But people want a little bit more than that. And if you're going to come out and tell them move from 40 to 70, you better be prepared to give them something else. That's not enough. So once you start going down that road, you've reached a point of no return. Big mistake for him to have done that. We're still waiting to see who will provide results of the investigation, because at this point we don't know if it's going to be the FBI, if it's going to be Kroll, if it's going to be FID, if it's going to be CTOC. We don't know. We don't know if it's going to be Minister of Finance. We don't know. So there is a whole slew of problems associated with that. The second thing is he, meaning the Minister of Finance, he's using funding from the proceeds of crimes fund site operated by FID to pay the workers to keep the doors open, the lights on, and the computers on. Personally speaking, that's a bad idea for me as an investigator. Once we have issues with that company, we have enough people that they can come in and they can look at this thing and figure out what's going on. Plus, the financial services FSC, yeah, they've been monitoring this company for a long time. They would be of tremendous help. I wouldn't keep SSL people, and they've been there now for months. They've been there since January. I'm like, they've been there since January, and now it's September, and you're telling me, oh, we're gonna keep them because we need them to help the investigators. What that tells me is that there was no real investigation going on in the beginning. Maybe there is now, but there was no real investigation going on. So that's another problem. Another problem is this fund site, this proceeds of crimes fund site. And people are asking in the chat room, how much money is in this account? When was this account ever used? And if so, for what purposes? And what authorization was required for the funds from that account to be used? A whole bunch of questions, are brewing right now, as a result of the usage of this account to fund the employment of SSL workers to ostensibly help the investigation and the investigators. It's nonsense. Nonsense. Let me turn to the Integrity Commission and the 6. It's very interesting that when the Prime Minister was recommended for prosecution, the Prime Minister and people associated with the Ministry of Education and others, that the prosecution report ended up in Parliament. The investigative report ended up in Parliament before the prosecution report, and it was publicized. And there was a great hue and a cry about the fact that they should have accompanied each other, and that the Integrity Commission was playing politics. Not true. If you go back and you read the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, it's very silent about when should the prosecutor's report come in. It's very specific about what the investigative report, when it should come in and how it should be handled. So what the Integrity Commission did was not in violation of any law. And again, a big noise. They made a big noise about it, saying, "Oh, you've tainted people because now people are looking at them as if they're guilty." But the prosecutor said that she wasn't going to prosecute. Now, what's interesting is that this new report about the 6, the so-called 6, it came in on Monday at 10:45, I believe. It was handed to the Prime Minister's wife, the Honorable Juliet Holness. It was given to the Speaker of the House, Honorable Dalrymple. It was given to the Clerk of the Court, and it was given to the President of the Senate, the Honorable Tom Tavares Finson. So people know what's in the report already. They knew beforehand, but this thing fell in their laps on Monday, and here it is. Today is Saturday, and we haven't heard anything yet. When the report came in about the Prime Minister and the people over at the Ministry of Education and elsewhere, we heard about it like as soon as it hit the press. We heard about that. No, this is unfair. This is that. Mum's the word right now. And the question is, why? And another question is, will we hear about this report next week? Because I think Parliament officially begins, I think it's next week. Am I correct, Isat?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So we will see what will happen next week. And if nothing happens next week, then my people, we need to do some serious contemplation about where we're going as a country. We claim that we are a liberal democracy. We follow the rule of law, and we believe in good governance. But people, if we can't find out next week about what's going on with the 6, then I say that it's all a sham. Some people believe it's a sham already. So, as Ingrid says, only time will tell. And the time that will tell is next week.
No. If I had a pimple and it rhymes with dimple, I wouldn't bust it until after local government election. We don't care who are vexed.
That's why we are looking at it. But again, if you talk about all the principles, of good governance, good government, all of this stuff, and given past performance where they came out and they shouted at them from the mountaintop about the unfairness of what happened the last time. Now, how can they now say, well, we're going to hold on to this until after local government, or we're not going to release it? How can they say that? And I think, and here's where it gets tricky. There are several pending court actions now regarding the DPP's extension and other matters. Now, the DPP can shut this thing down if the corruptions prosecutors, if her report reflects a willingness to go forward with the prosecution. The only person who can shut this down now is the DPP. But the DPP, she's in quandary right now, because are they gonna ask her to come back and make a decision about this and say, well, we're not going to prosecute? Because that's going to cause more lawsuits. And
that would have to happen by next week, though, because after next week, she technically is out. In the right, I said.
Technically, but certainly, if I were sitting in that office and I was getting that extension and my money enough, I would roster myself into December, and I would show up for work and I would put on my clothes, because 9-day wonder don't mean nothing to me. Nothing you say in the media can hurt me, and I'm a creature of the Constitution, and I have my office. What we need to look for is distractions, like where is Philip Paulwell's baby mother and baby, and why aren't cultural ministers writing press release saying that it's abuse against women and children and we need to give it back? These are things, these are the distractions that will come up, and it will heighten, and we will be sitting and talking about things that are crazy, like Haiti, and we're just gonna forget, and then Christmas is gonna come, and remember, you have free use of the highway to drive up and down in Jamaica till Christmas time.
Well, that's why our job is so important, to make sure that this doesn't become a 9-day wonder, and we keep it at the forefront, and that people are very aware and very interested in what's going on. Let me ask you this before I turn it over to John and Herb. Let's say that the DPP decided that, you know what, and this is before the matter has been resolved regarding her extension in court. He says, you know what, I'm going to make a ruling, no prosecution, right? Is that well, first of all, is it legal? And the second thing is will it stand? Will it stand? I see that the Jamaican Constitution. Will it stand?
All things are void to the extent of the Constitution. This is the biggest my biceps have been in life.
No,
so you can make all your rulings if you want. You might end up in
because here's a question I'm asking. I'm asking, if she decided that she's not going to prosecute, right? And that's the end of the case. And let's say that the court ruled that no, what they did was unconstitutional in terms of her extension. How does that affect the case where she's already ruled that I'm not going to prosecute these people?
All things that are void is repugnant to the Constitution are void to the extent that it offends the Constitution, which is why, you know that thing you're going to do next week about who is the real bro God?
Yes.
Remember that letter you write to my king when sitting at England after his mother dead? You remember that person?
I remember.
And write about the GG. The GG better know what him do when him put that broad seal on anything to make anything illegal go on. So if I know what him know, I would put down my pen and I would fold my hands and say, let the court deal with it. And as such, it's a stalemate. And he who is Rimple and he who is Stinson will have to release what it is in the Senate and let the chips fall where it may. And the Ides of March has come in October, maybe. Who knows?
All right. John, any parting words?
Yeah.
Asking, by the way, somebody was asking about the bauxite, the petition, and so on and so forth. You may want to address that as well.
Oh, the bauxite petition. Well, it's ongoing, isn't it? It's not getting the numbers I'd like it to get. I think it needs an influencer to jump on board, but that hasn't happened. So it's just word of mouth. But I'm planning to do a trip to St. Anne, where Naranda are mining. So I'll report back on that.
Okay.
Final word. All these discussions that we're having, we wouldn't have them really, would we, if we had a real constitution written by the people for the people. Isn't that correct?
Well, partly, and I'll tell you why. Because it's one thing to have the document and another thing to implement. It's another thing to take action. And like Isaac said, a lot of the things that they're doing, they're in violation of the Constitution. So, you know, you have the document, that's good, but you have to have compliance. Without compliance, it doesn't mean anything.
No, no, but when we write it, there will be compliance. That's what I mean. There will be compliance, full stop. Because in the Constitution, the first thing I would have in the Constitution is, said last week, all senior civil servants and parliamentarians will be audited, properly audited. And if they're found to be corrupt, then prison time for them. That will be in the Constitution for them, for anybody who wants to be a parliamentarian going forward, or say a civil servant, and all those current and in the past. All of them will be investigated, and that will be in the Constitution, and they won't be able to get away with it. And that will do away with corruption.
John, to borrow from the words of the great Baroness, at the end of the day, that will be just chat, and nothing more. No parliamentarian, no parliamentarian, no legislator, no CRC going to put that in the Constitution.
We're going to write it, Isaac. That's the point that we're going to write it. We're going to make sure that when they come forward.
But
yeah,
hold on. Well, I start just quoting the Baroness. I'm going to quote Minister Kamina Johnson Smith.
Oh, your girlfriend. Your girlfriend always have to finish this, isn't it? You always have to bring up your girlfriend.
That will happen, John. That's what you said. That will never happen. She said it concerning her competition against the Baroness. She said that will never happen. John, please continue.
Oh, no, I finished, Will. I mean, you said at the start of your show that you wouldn't talk about Kamina. You wouldn't talk about your girlfriend. You talked about her. And how do you finish the show? Talking about your girlfriend. Wow. I finished on that point.
You know what it is? It's the bloodhound in me, man. Once I grab onto a story, I can't let go. I cannot let go. Yeah, there you go. I can't let go. Herb, talk to us.
Well, let me say this. I am anxious to get going on some of these deep dives. We already, as you know, turned up almost $500,000 US profit after a certain piece of land was sold in St. Anne by a certain minister, and that money was collected in Mexico as usual. That's the usual collection area, and we have some other stuff we're working on, but we want to do some exciting stuff at the same time. And we are probing different angles to see who out there that we can find out is part of the six. I do believe the minister who messed with the land sale is going to be part of the six. He's long past being named, and I think his name is going to pop up. And at this point, I don't want to speculate on the rest, even though I have my six written down. We should have a competition. Anybody in the listening right now that can name the six will get $100 US.
Well,
anybody.
Well, the thing is, I won't. I
Well,
won't.
it's gonna be the first person to name the six.
No, well, Herb, I can't. I can't join that because I already know the six. It would be unfair. I already know the six because
No. It can't be funny,
yeah,
man,
you know the
know.
six because we've somebody who's seen the report. We've been notified, so I know the six. So I can't jump into that competition.
Shout out, big up to Six Boss, because the six is real.
The six is real, yeah. I tell you, it's
we all know the six long time. And again, everybody, the comments were lit, very entertaining. You guys are amazing. Coda TV is messaging. They really enjoyed the show. Rattigan, we're gonna have to talk. Coda Network.
No problem. Well, let me just say to the listeners, thank you. Those of you still with us, those of you who have left, it wouldn't be as exciting, as dynamic, as interesting without you guys, especially the people in the chat. We really appreciate that. And tonight, tune into me, Rebel, on Reggae Global Radio. Tonight we're going to feature none other than the Crown Prince of Reggae, Dennis Brown. And I'm telling you, the way he's going to be featured tonight, he's never been featured like this. Trust me when I tell you that. All right. And then tomorrow at 4 o'clock, Herb and I will be on Waterhouse Vibes. It's a YouTube channel. We'll be on discussing topical issues. And then at 4 o'clock New York time, 3 o'clock Jamaica time, that is. And then at 7 o'clock New York time, 6 o'clock Jamaica time, we'll be on Wayne Lonesome's regularly scheduled town hall, where we'll discuss some of the issues you've heard tonight and a lot more. So, folks, we're trying to make it informative. We're trying to make it interesting. We're trying to bring information to you so that you can understand and you can be an informed, not only listener, but you can also be an informed participant in any discussions you may have with family, friends, or whatever. And also, when the time comes for you to vote, make the right decision. Vote for somebody who's been doing things for you, not for somebody who's been promising you. So we'll be back again next week, Saturday, with a brand new edition, new topics, and we look forward to seeing all of you again. My brothers, thank you for joining me, and thank you for making me smart. Every time I sit with you guys, I learn something, right? You probably don't learn anything from me, but that's okay. One of these days you will.
Big up your girlfriend, Will. Big up your girlfriend before you go.
Big up who?
Big up your girlfriend before you go, man. Come on.
A girlfriend before I go. Well,
yeah, man, you have to.
Yeah,
There's
no,
a whole website dedicated.
Yeah, see, Loxley has it down here. He said that will never happen. Famous words.
Yeah, she said it. She said those words. So I'm sure I'll see you guys sometime in the week. Tomorrow and going forward in the week. So and again, we will check on Andre just to make sure everything is okay. He's resting people. He's fine. He's in no danger. Everything is okay. I thank you for the inquiry. But Isat and I, we've been in touch. So, we'll just keep him in our prayers, and we'll see you guys next week, Saturday, same time, same place. Thanks. Big up on the cell.
Blessings to you all.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy.